This is Station 11 broadcasting out of what used to be a busy city center. I'm Daniel Brooks, speaking into a microphone that has seen better days. It's the year 2028, and the streets outside are quiet in a way they never were before. I remember when these roads were lined with shops, bright signs, and people rushing to work or school. Now most shops have broken windows, and the workers and students have no place to go. No one knows if anything will ever be the same again. I'm here to share what I can, so anyone still tuning in might feel less alone. The economy fell apart months ago, and we're deep in a crisis that some old voices once warned about. People call it the Second Great Depression. The first one, nearly 100 years ago, crushed hopes and left scars that shaped many generations. This time it feels even worse, because we had such big dreams. We had fast computers, smart devices, and machines running all day and night. We had tall towers and global trade that linked every corner of the world. Now all those promises are empty shells. The wires are still here, but the money that made them sing has vanished. The drones hum low over empty parking lots, but they carry no orders, no new goods. Food is a problem. Money is worth less than the paper it's printed on. Many people have turned to barter, trading what they have for what they need. Down the street, the old grocery store is shut. Inside, bare shelves and broken glass. Sometimes at dawn, you see small groups gather behind the abandoned mall, trading canned beans for old batteries or warm socks for a few dry crackers. No one wants to say it out loud, but hunger gnaws at all of us. We thought we were strong. We had systems for everything. Now those systems are gone, and we stand here holding whatever scraps we can find. I want to talk about real people. There's a family I know, the Dawsons, who live 3 blocks east of the station. Before this, the father worked as an accountant. The mother taught music lessons to kids. Their daughter had hopes of going to a good college, and their son played sports in the neighborhood park. Today they are just trying to keep warm at night. They turned their backyard into a small garden, though the soil is poor, and the seeds they saved from old produce sometimes don't sprout. Last week I saw the father carry a stack of old magazines around, hoping to trade them for a small bag of rice. He walked from door to door, face pale, voice low, asking if anyone would take these old printed pages in exchange for something edible. He got a handful of beans for the entire stack. He thanked the person who gave them to him as if he had been handed gold. The streets are quiet, but not peaceful. People are cautious. Doors stay locked. Some have taken to hammering old boards over windows. At night, you can sometimes hear footsteps moving quickly along alleyways. Rumors drift through the dark. Some say that a distant part of the city still has working lights and a water pump that runs off solar panels. Others say there's an old factory where a few people managed to restart a production line to make simple hand tools. No one knows what's true and what's just talk. Without a stable system to spread reliable news, we rely on whispers. I know a man named Carlos who tries to check out these rumors. He used to be a delivery driver, knew every back road. Now he rides a worn bicycle around the dead zones, looking for signs of life. Sometimes he finds nothing but empty houses, stripped clean of anything useful. Sometimes he comes back with stories of a single street lamp flickering because a solar panel on a roof still catches sunlight. One time, he found a group of 5 people huddled around a fire made from old furniture. They had a single pot of water boiling over the flames, and they offered him a cup of boiled greens. He said their eyes held a strange mix of fear and hope. They told him they planned to head out of the city soon, walking if they had to look for farmland or forests, where fruit still grows on trees. Carlos didn't know if they would make it. He wished them luck and rode back through broken intersections. I worry about the young people most of all. Their dreams have crashed. Anna, a girl who used to call into this station with music requests, now shows up outside sometimes with a small crate of old cassettes. She tries to trade them for bread or dried fish. She said to me once, "Mr. Brooks, I remember listening to songs on my phone. Now my phone won't even turn on because I can't charge it. Even if I could, there's no signal." Sometimes I hum the songs to myself at night to remember what it felt like to have something to sing about. I had no words of comfort to give her, so I just nodded and said, I understood. Today, I watched a line of people stand outside the old community center. Someone had found a few sacks of old flour in a locked pantry there. They decided to share it as evenly as they could, a spoonful or two per person. It wasn't enough to fill any belly, but it reminded them that sharing still mattered. An old man in that line said that back when he was young, his grandparents told him stories about the first Great Depression. He thought those were old tales that would never come back. Now he stands in line, hollow-eyed, with the weight of history pressing down on him. He tried to laugh once, a dry sound, and said, "We've learned nothing after all these years." No one laughed with him. The old money is useless. I have a handful of crumpled bills in my desk drawer. They might as well be scraps of old notes. Some have started using old coins to barter, but even metal discs mean little now. Food, water, warmth, those are the new currency. A few people still try to fix broken gadgets. Sometimes a working radio or a small solar panel can get you a bag of rice. Books are traded for firewood. Yesterday, I saw a child dragging a broken chair down the street. That child hoped to get a handful of dried lentils for that piece of wood because wood can help someone cook a meal over a small flame. We do have bits of kindness here and there. A woman named Ruth passes by the station every afternoon, bringing a tin cup of thin soup. She never asks for anything in return. She just says that as long as she can still share something, it means she's still human. I asked her how she manages to keep that spirit. She said the hardest times either turn people mean or make them cling to what's good inside them. She chose the second path. I hear people whisper that in some parts of the country, big landowners still hold grain, waiting for the right moment to release it into the market at a price no one can afford. Others say that all those hoarded goods have rotted because no one was there to maintain climate-controlled storage. It's hard to know what is true. Without working communication lines, we rely on small battery-powered radios and wandering travelers. The world might as well be a patchwork of isolated villages now. I remember a time when I reported news about elections, business deals, and new products. I remember reading off headlines about record stock numbers and rising profits. That was the old normal. Now I talk about who still has seeds to plant before the next rain, or who found a car battery that can still hold a charge for more than an hour. Sometimes I wonder if one day we'll look back on this period as a dark chapter that we overcame, but right now it feels like we've fallen into a deep well. At night, I leave the microphone and walk through empty halls in this station. I pass old posters of concerts and events that never took place, canceled when the world went dark. The hallways smell musty. The offices are empty. I keep the studio door locked because I can't risk losing what little equipment I have. If I lose the microphone or the small generator that still hums in the back room, I lose my voice to you, and then we are even more alone. I have heard that a few neighborhoods banded together to patrol their streets to prevent theft. They share tasks. One family cooks while another repairs broken doors. They set rules for trade and try to keep out people who would harm them. But even these small groups face hard choices. How do you decide who gets the last bag of rice? How do you deal with someone caught stealing bread? In the old days, we had laws and courts. Now, justice is rough and painful. I heard a story about a man who tried to run off with a sack of beans meant for orphans. The neighbors caught him, took back the beans, and forced him to sweep every broken glass shard off the street for weeks as penance. It's not law as we knew it, but it's something. A few days ago, I tried to recall what was in the headlines right before all of this happened. There were warnings that the markets were overheated, that debts were piling up, that some big banks were teetering. Many shrugged and said that we had managed through rough patches before. Who would have guessed it would all collapse so fast? Once the chain broke, everything else fell like dominoes. Without stable money, trade froze. Without trade, factories shut. Without factories, workers had no pay. Without pay, shops could not sell. Without sales, farms could not afford to harvest. Soon there was no bread on the shelves, no milk in the fridge. People who had known only comfort had to learn how to scrape by overnight. There is a small group of old college students down the block who set up a makeshift school for younger kids. They sit in a half-burned library, trying to teach reading and writing by candlelight. They hope that if children can still learn, we won't lose everything. One of those young teachers told me that children ask why everything fell apart. The teacher doesn't know what to say except that sometimes people build things without thinking about how fragile they are. The children just nod, confused, and continue writing on scraps of paper. I try to report what I see, not just the sadness but the moments of quiet help between neighbors. A kind word, a spare onion shared at the right time, a broken bicycle tire fixed by someone who remembers how. These small acts remind us we are still people who can care. If we lose that, we have lost everything. This station's signal might not travel far. Perhaps you're only a few blocks away, listening in a dark room holding a cup of watered-down tea, or maybe you have your own small radio hidden under a blanket, trying not to let anyone know you have batteries left. If you can hear me, know that I'm still here, still speaking. If you have anything you can share with your neighbor, an extra potato, a spare shirt, think about doing it. It might come back to you in ways you don't expect. I must rest soon and save power. The generator is low on fuel. I've been using old biodiesel made from leftover cooking oil. It works, but it leaves a smell and might fail any day now. If this broadcast goes silent, it might be because my generator ran dry. If that happens, I will try to find another way. Before I turn off for now, I'll leave you with the sight I saw this morning. A small bird perched on a broken traffic light, singing. The city might be cracked and silent, but nature still whispers. Maybe that bird is a sign that life goes on, even when we stumble. I like to think so. Take care of yourselves. I'll speak again as soon as I can. Daniel Brooks here again. I managed to find a bit more fuel. Not much, but enough for another short message. The nights are getting colder. I see smoke rising from makeshift chimneys as people burn old paper and scraps to keep warm. Some worry that when winter comes, it will be worse. If we can't find better ways to grow food or at least preserve what we have, many might not make it. That thought weighs on all our minds, but we push it aside to survive another day. I ran into a neighbor named Gail this afternoon. She used to run a small cafe at the corner of Maple and Fifth. She told me she misses the smell of fresh bread in the morning. She would set out early, knead dough, watch it rise, and greet customers with a smile. Now the cafe's doors are broken. The tables were burned for firewood weeks ago. Gail had a small bag of dried herbs she found in a garden behind an empty house. She boiled them in water and sipped it like tea. She closed her eyes and said that for a moment, it reminded her of old days. Then she handed me a leaf from her stash and said, "Try it later. Close your eyes and remember something good." I thanked her. The taste was bitter, but I understood what she meant. The idea of rebuilding something feels distant. People talk about it in whispers. They say that if we can form stable groups, maybe we can plant enough crops next spring. Maybe we can fix a few generators. Maybe someone can teach others how to sew clothing from old fabrics. There is no central authority, no big leader coming to save us. It's just us, ordinary people, trying to figure out how to stay alive. If we can learn to do this together, maybe some form of order can return. I heard that across the old highway, a group managed to tap into a well. They found fresh water about a mile beneath the ground. They pump it up using a hand crank. It's hard work, but the water is clean. They guard that well because water is priceless now. Sometimes they trade a bucket of water for a handful of dried beans or a piece of soap. Soap itself has become rare. Cleanliness was something we took for granted, but now it's as precious as gold. Do you remember when people used to argue about small things online? Or when we stood in front of store shelves, complaining about which brand was cheaper by a few cents? That world feels like a dream. Now, a few beans or a scrap of cloth is the difference between comfort and despair. It's strange how our idea of wealth has changed. A warm coat, a sturdy pair of shoes, a working flashlight. These are treasures now. I have tried to keep track of the days. It's late autumn, if I recall correctly. The leaves in the park turned color and fell, leaving bare branches. Before all this happened, people would take pretty photos of the leaves and share them. Now the leaves rot on the ground, and maybe someone gathers them to use as mulch for a small patch of garden. Everything must have a purpose now, no matter how small. I want to mention a brave act I saw yesterday. 2 children, a boy and a girl, probably no older than 10, found a box of old canned peas in the back of a ruined pantry. Instead of keeping it all for themselves, they went to a group of seniors living in an old apartment block and shared it. The seniors cried, holding those small cans as if they were gifts from heaven. The children said they learned from their parents that sharing keeps us human. Even in the face of hunger, these kids were kind. That gave me hope. Tonight I plan to sit in the dark studio and think of ways to help. Maybe I can collect news from anyone who passes by, then share it on air, so others know where they can find help. If I learn that there's a small stash of spare blankets in an old hotel, I'll say it. If someone finds a patch of wild onions by the river, I'll let everyone know. It might be risky to share such tips openly, because desperate people might rush there, but what good is holding back? If we don't help each other, we are lost. Without a working economy, we have only what we can produce ourselves. Some have started small workshops again. I heard that a few streets over, a man who once worked as a mechanic has begun fixing bicycle wheels and handcarts. He trades his services for food. People line up with broken frames and bent spokes because a bike can carry goods and water. Others mend clothes, using old shirts to patch holes in coats. It's like we stepped back in time to a place where every object must be repaired rather than replaced. I think about the old world and what lessons we can learn from it. We had too much waste before. We threw things away without a second thought. Now we cherish every scrap. We also lived far apart, each family in their own bubble. Now we must rely on each other. That might be the only bright side to this crisis. It forces us to remember that we depend on one another. I must stop for a while. The generator sputters. I need to adjust the fuel mix. If I can make it last a bit longer, I'll return and keep speaking. If you can still hear me, keep holding on. We might not see a way out yet, but as long as people remain who remember kindness, we have a chance. I'm back. Daniel Brooks speaking softly because its night and sound travels in strange ways now. I found a tiny stash of old batteries. They won't run the station for long, but I can use them to power a small lamp so I don't have to work in the dark. Outside, the moonlight reflects off broken glass in the streets. A stray cat wandered by. I don't know what it eats, but it survives. Animals always find a way, I guess. I heard distant sounds earlier, maybe a group moving through the main avenue. Could be travelers passing through the city, or maybe people looking for something to scavenge. I didn't go outside. Too risky. Instead, I sat by the door, holding a metal rod in case someone tried to force their way in. No one came. Perhaps they never saw this station, or maybe they knew better than to confront a locked door. The thought of violence scares me, but it's a reality now. Hunger and fear push people to do desperate things, but not everyone gives in to despair. Earlier this evening, I remembered a conversation I had with a teacher before all this happened. She said that communities break down when trust disappears. Without trust, everyone is alone, and alone we are weak. We need to trust again, even if it's scary. Maybe that's what I'm doing here, talking into this microphone, trusting that the people who listen won't use this information to harm others. Maybe I'm trusting in your goodness out there. In the early hours of the morning, I will try to head to the old library. Last time I passed by it, I noticed some books still scattered on the floor. Maybe I can find something about basic farming techniques or how to filter water safely. Knowledge is power, even now. If I can share any of that knowledge on the air, it might help someone grow a handful of beans in a tin can or catch rainwater in a clean container. I recall that during the old Great Depression, people found ways to survive. Backyard gardens, local markets, simple crafts. They learned to get by with less. Maybe we must do the same. The difference is, we started with much more, and now the fall feels harder. But we must learn new skills. We must rebuild from scraps. I will sign off again. The generator is coughing. If I can, I'll return tomorrow. If not, remember the small acts of kindness I spoke of. They might guide us through the dark. This is Daniel Brooks again. I'm alive and managed to coax a bit more power from a mix of old batteries and a hand-cranked dynamo someone traded me for a worn-out jacket. My arms hurt from cranking that machine, but at least I can talk to you again. Today, I visited the library ruins. The place smelled of mold and old paper. Most shelves were toppled. I dug through piles of wet pages. I found a thin booklet describing how to collect rainwater and how to grow simple greens in containers. It's not much, but it might help someone. If it rains, people can place buckets or plastic sheets to catch the water, then boil it to kill germs. If anyone listening has a way to do that, please try. Water is life now more than ever. I also found a few scraps of old newspapers from before the fall. They spoke of big trade deals and record profits. Reading them now is like looking at another universe. The words feel empty. Profit means nothing if you have no food to eat or a safe place to sleep. A young man stopped by the station door today, asking if I had any dry bread. I had none. I felt bad turning him away, but I have so little myself. I offered him a small cloth I had that he might trade elsewhere. He thanked me, took the cloth, and walked off. It's hard to say no to someone in need, but we are all in need. This crisis tests our hearts. I heard a rumor that a few streets to the west, some people set up a small gathering spot where they share news and trade stories in the late afternoon. They can't share much food, but they share words. People sit around a broken fountain and speak softly about what they saw that day. Maybe that's what keeps them sane. Maybe they are rebuilding trust, one whispered story at a time. If you can do something like that in your neighborhood, just talk and listen. You might find the strength to face another day. We were always social beings, and even now, when fear hangs heavy in the air, a kind word or a hopeful tale can soothe the soul. A passing traveler told me about the outskirts of the city, where some fields might still hold wild roots and tubers. He said it's a risk to go that far, because empty roads hide dangers. There might be people waiting to rob travelers of what little they have. Still, if someone is brave or desperate enough, they might find some calories out there digging in the dirt. I'm not advising anyone to try it, just passing on what I heard. Be careful. One must weigh risks now. Staying put might mean slow hunger. Going out might mean danger. I saw a small group pull an old wagon down the street. They had a few jars of pickled vegetables. I have no idea where they found them. The wagon's wheels squeaked loudly, announcing their presence. People rushed out with whatever they had to trade. The group swapped pickled vegetables for old candles, bits of wire, anything that might help them survive another week. It was like watching a strange market from ancient times. The sound of crying babies breaks my heart. I've heard it in the evenings, echoing through empty alleys. Parents try to calm them, singing lullabies with dry throats. Milk is rare. Powdered milk, once abundant, is now a treasure no one can find. Mothers and fathers struggle to feed their children. I overheard a woman say she boiled shoe leather to try to make a broth. I don't know if that's safe, but it shows the depth of this struggle. I remember a time when I would head to a cafe, pay a few dollars for a cup of coffee and a pastry. That memory seems unreal now. A cup of coffee would be a dream. I haven't tasted coffee in ages. Someone said that in distant ports, coffee beans rot on ships that can't pay dock fees, or on farms that can't afford to transport them. This world turned upside down, and we must live with the consequences. Still, I won't give up hope. I've seen too many good acts, too many moments where people chose to share rather than fight, to abandon hope. I believe we might find a way through, even if it takes a long time. Maybe our grandchildren will live in a world that has learned from these scars. Tonight I'll sign off again. My arm is tired from cranking this dynamo and my voice is dry. I have a small cup of boiled leaves waiting for me in the corner. I'll sip it slowly and think of ways to help. If you're out there listening, hold on tight. You are not alone. I'll be back tomorrow if I can. This is Daniel Brooks again. The morning light just crept in through the broken window. I managed to get a bit of rest, though hunger kept my stomach awake. I chewed on a piece of dried root I found in a tin under the desk. Not tasty, but enough to calm the ache for a while. I went outside before sunrise. The streets were empty except for one figure crouched over a broken mailbox, searching for anything useful. I saw a note pinned to a board near the old bus stop. Someone wrote a simple message. If you have extra seeds, share them at the old basketball court at noon. This is how people communicate now. Scrawled notes, whispered messages passed along a chain of strangers. No more endless streams of data on screens, just scraps of paper that carry hopes and pleas. I remember when I could look up the price of bread with a tap on a screen. Now bread itself is a rare prize. I think about what seeds mean now. A handful of seeds can bring life next season. Without them, we starve. I wonder if the person calling for seeds at the basketball court is honest. Will they share fairly, or hoard. Trust is fragile, but maybe they are sincere. Maybe they hope to start a community garden. I might walk by at noon and watch from a distance. Yesterday, I saw two brothers picking through a pile of scrap metal, selecting pieces that might serve as tools. They plan to shape a few hooks and nails over a small fire. Metal is valuable if you can craft it into something useful. In the old world, we bought nails by the box without thinking twice. Now each nail might help secure a door or build a frame for a shelter. A young woman came to my door before dawn, her face pale and thin. She asked if I'd heard any news of relief efforts. I told her I hadn't. She said she'd heard rumors that a distant town had organized a large farm on the outskirts, growing potatoes and hardy greens. But that town is far away, and travel is risky. Still, the rumor gives some people hope. She left with tears in her eyes. I had nothing to give her but kind words. As I walked back inside, I noticed that the old billboard near the station had a faint outline of what once was an advertisement for luxury cars. Those cars are useless now, sitting abandoned with empty tanks, their shiny paint dulled by dust. Luxury means nothing in this world without a stable way to feed ourselves. The billboard's empty promise is a reminder that everything can collapse. I found a few pages of an old gardening book in the library. They suggest using simple compost from kitchen scraps to enrich soil. We have few kitchen scraps, but maybe even small bits can help. If anyone listening has access to a patch of dirt, try burying your vegetable peels and old leaves, then wait. Next season, the soil might hold more strength. We must think ahead, even if the future is uncertain. If we all learn basic skills, perhaps we can rebuild some kind of steady life. Around midday, I made my way toward the basketball court, hiding behind a corner, keeping my head low. I saw a small crowd gathered around a person who held out his hands, showing a few seeds. The crowd looked wary, but they did not rush him. I heard him say, "If we plant these in that vacant lot near the school, we might have greens by next year. But we must guard the plot, water it if it rains, and keep watch against thieves." Some nodded, some shook their heads, saying next year is too far away. "We are hungry now," they said. The seed keeper replied that without thinking ahead, we have no tomorrow. I left before I could see how it ended, but I hope they agreed. We must try something.
Okay.
I wonder if I should gather people here at the station, share what I have learned. But I fear that would attract desperate souls who might break in. Instead, I'll share what I know on air. It might reach some who can use it wisely. As the afternoon light grew warmer, I passed a window and saw a family huddled around a candle. The mother showed her children how to clean an old metal can to boil water. The father brushed dust from a torn blanket and wrapped it around his kids. They might not have enough to eat, but they still care for each other. That small scene of tenderness could be the seed of a new kind of wealth. Not money, but love and care. I spotted a man pulling a cart filled with empty plastic bottles. He says he plans to store rainwater in them. Maybe he'll trade the water for a handful of grain later. Everyone is turning to basic survival methods. It's strange to think that once we argued about small luxuries. Now, a plastic bottle to hold water is priceless. I met a pair of travelers at dusk. They said they came from a smaller town a few days' walk away. They carried news that some groups are trying to form traveling markets, moving from place to place with carts of goods to trade. This could bring a spark of life back into dead neighborhoods. The travelers warned that not all mobile traders are honest. Some trick people into giving away their last possessions for promises that never come true. But at least there is some movement, some attempt to rebuild trade. A child approached me near the station steps, holding a small clay figure shaped like a bird. She held it up and said, "My brother made this. Will you give me something for it?" I had almost nothing, just a few pieces of stale bread crust. I gave her one. She smiled and handed me the clay bird. Art still exists, even here. Maybe beauty still matters even if it can't fill a belly. That moment touched me. People still create, still try to bring a bit of color into this gray world. Night came. The station is quiet except for my voice. Outside I hear a distant crackle of a small fire. Someone must have found a bit of wood to burn. The smell of smoke drifts in. I hope they are cooking something warm. I recall the taste of fresh soup from better days. Memory is a strange comfort. It can hurt, but also remind us that not all times were this hard. The generator is running low. I must rest my voice soon. But before I do, I'll share a bit of advice I learned today. If you find dried beans, save some to plant. Don't eat them all. Even a few beans can sprout into more. Think about next spring. We must hold on to the idea that there will be another season, another chance. Without that hope, we might as well lie down and give up. I will go silent now and try to sleep. If I can't sleep, I'll think about ways to make a small garden in the lot behind the station. The soil is poor, but maybe with scraps and patience, I can coax something green out of the dirt. Good night, if that word still means anything. It's morning again. I woke to the sound of distant shouting. I stepped outside and saw a group arguing over a broken crate of canned tomatoes. One man claimed he found it first. Another said he had rights to it because he had children to feed. Tempers rose. They glared at each other, fists clenched. I feared violence. Then an older woman stepped between them, holding up her hands. She said, "We can share. Don't let hunger turn us into beasts." She took the cans, opened them right there, divided the contents into equal portions, handing each person a share. It wasn't much. Everyone got a spoonful of watery tomato pulp, but it cooled their anger. They walked away with lowered heads. Sharing stopped a fight. Another small sign that people can still choose kindness. I wandered through a few blocks, looking for anything I could trade for some beans or grains. I had an old pair of shoes that no longer fit me. I offered them to a group who were repairing a handcart. They nodded, took the shoes, and gave me a small cup of lentils. I felt guilty as the shoes were worn out, but they said they can use the leather to patch something else. Nothing is wasted now. We all must be resourceful. A whisper reached me that a few people are trying to set up a small clinic in the old post office. They have no real medicine, but they have some basic knowledge and a few herbs. If someone gets sick or injured, they can at least get some care. I remember when we had pharmacies filled with pills and bandages. Now we must rely on leaves, boiled water, and gentle hands. The person who told me this also said that if anyone finds even a simple bandage or bottle of antiseptic, it can buy a bowl of soup at the clinic. Health is currency too. At midday, I saw children playing in a pile of ash and rubble. They ran around, laughing. Even in this misery, children find a way to laugh. They have no toys, yet they chase each other, draw shapes in the dust, and sing broken songs. Watching them, I felt a lump in my throat. We owe them a better world. I decided to check on the library again. Perhaps more useful pages can be found. Inside, I noticed others had the same idea. A few people hunched over tattered books, flipping pages slowly, squinting in the dim light. They looked for anything helpful. How to treat a fever, how to build a simple water filter, how to preserve food without a fridge. A young man pointed to a picture in a book, showing a simple solar cooker made from reflective scraps. He showed it to a friend and said, "We could try this." I left them to their discovery, hoping they succeed. In the late afternoon, I passed a narrow alley and heard soft crying. I hesitated, but then called out quietly, "Are you okay?" A voice, a young woman, answered, "I lost my brother. He went to find food and never came back." I had no comfort to give except a quiet word. "I'm sorry." She thanked me for at least asking. The streets swallow people now. Maybe her brother joined a band of travelers. Maybe he met trouble. Maybe he's out there still searching. We live with endless questions and few answers. As night fell, I thought about how to organize my broadcasts more. Perhaps tomorrow I can share a few tips on growing simple crops or purifying water. We are all stumbling in the dark. If I can shine a faint light by passing on knowledge, I must do it. I also thought about connecting with the seed keeper from yesterday. If we can form a small circle of trust, gather seeds, and start planting, maybe by next year we won't starve. But trust is hard. What if someone steals the seeds at night? Still, I must try. I'll leave a note at the basketball court, saying that the radio station is willing to share any knowledge we find if they share seeds. We must start building ties, even fragile ones. I'm going quiet now. The night is chilly. I have a thin blanket, and I'll wrap myself in it and dream of green sprouts pushing through dark soil. That image keeps me going. I'm back on the air. Today I'll share something useful. Yesterday I found a page that explained how to use a piece of cloth and charcoal to filter dirty water. If you grind charcoal from a fire into small bits, put it in a cloth, and pour water through it slowly, it can help clean some dirt and maybe some germs. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. After that, if you can boil the water, do it. Safe water means fewer stomach pains and fewer fevers. Spread this knowledge. If more people do this, we might have fewer sick neighbors. I also read about simple composting. If you find scraps like vegetable peels, crushed eggshells if any remain, or even dry leaves, bury them near where you plan to plant seeds. Over time, they turn into food for the soil. It takes patience, and we must think beyond today's hunger, but we have no choice if we want a future. The seed keeper I mentioned? I left a note at the basketball court. He wasn't there, but a child took the note and said she would give it to him. The note said, "Station has knowledge. You have seeds. Let's help each other." I hope he answers. Maybe in a few days I'll return and see if someone left a reply. This morning, I saw a small group working together to move a fallen billboard frame. They want to use it to build a shelter. They pulled and pushed, sweating and grunting. A man called out instructions. A woman supported the frame with a stick, while another slid rocks under it to stabilize. It was a quiet act of teamwork. No money exchanged, just sweat and will. When they finished, they had the start of a simple roof against the rain. Not all news is good. I heard whispers of a gang roaming the far side of the city, taking what they want by force. I don't know if it's true or just rumor. If it's true, we must stay alert. Without law, groups might form who choose violence. We must be ready to hide or defend ourselves. But let's not let fear rule us. Most people I've met still prefer to share rather than steal. We must keep believing in that. A traveler passed by this afternoon, dragging a sack of dried corn kernels. He said he got them from a group outside the city, who traded them for old metal scraps. Corn kernels can be planted or ground into a rough meal. He asked if I had anything to trade. I offered an old flashlight, no batteries included, just the shell and maybe a working bulb. He studied it, shrugged, and gave me a handful of kernels. Now I have something that might become corn next season, if I can find a patch of soil. I sat in the station office and wondered how many people still listen to these broadcasts. The silence outside makes me think maybe not many. But even if 1 or 2 ears hear my voice and learn something useful, it's worth it. If someone hears how to filter water or grow greens, maybe they survive another month. Maybe they pass that knowledge on to someone else. That's how we keep going. Small sparks of wisdom passed like a torch from hand to hand. The sun is lower now. I must plan my evening. I'll try to reinforce the station doors with a few boards I found, just in case someone tries to break in. I hate thinking this way, but desperation can lead to desperate acts. Still, I won't shut everyone out. If someone knocks and asks for help, I'll listen first before I judge. Before I sign off again, let me share another idea. If you find an old bicycle, you can hook its chain to a simple dynamo and produce a bit of power by pedaling. It's tiring, but it can light a small bulb for a short time, or maybe charge a tiny device if you still have something that works. Pedal power might be the only power we have left. That's enough for now. Stay as safe as you can. Look after each other. I'll speak again soon. Daniel Brooks here. I spent half the night awake, thinking of a way to bring neighbors together. People drift aimlessly, searching for food and anything of value. If we could gather at a safe spot once a week just to talk, exchange skills, maybe we could form a stronger bond. The old community center is wrecked, but maybe the library courtyard could serve as a meeting place. There's a cracked statue there, some benches that aren't completely broken. If I announce it on air, maybe a few will come. Let's say that tomorrow at midday, I'll go to the library courtyard and see who shows up. I have nothing grand to offer, just a willingness to talk and share what I know. If anyone listening can make it, bring something you've learned. Maybe how to build a simple wood stove, or where to find wild greens. If we start a small circle of knowledge, we might grow stronger as a group. I know it's risky to announce a meeting time and place. Someone might come to rob us. But I must take that risk. Without trust, we're lost. I'll keep my guard up, but I won't let fear stop me. This morning, I saw a woman teaching her child how to mend a torn piece of cloth. She showed the child how to pass a thread made from twisted fibers through the cloth again and again until the hole was closed. The child watched with wide eyes, learning a skill that might keep them warm someday. Small lessons like this may seem minor, but they mean survival now. I also want to say something about hope. Many nights I feel it slipping away. I see hunger and pain. But then I remember a scene, like those two children who shared their canned peas with elders, or that older woman who stopped a fight by sharing tomatoes, or the seed keeper trying to convince people to plant for next year. Hope is in these moments. We are broken, but not beyond repair. I tried planting a few of the corn kernels I got from the traveler. I found a bit of soft soil in a narrow strip behind the station. I pressed them in, covered them gently, poured a tiny bit of water from my bottle. I have no idea if they will sprout. Maybe it's too late in the season. Maybe the soil is too poor. But planting them felt like an act of faith, a promise that we might still have a tomorrow worth living for. Today I found a small tin of what might be powdered milk in a corner of the storeroom. It smells old and musty, but maybe I can mix it with boiled water and get some nourishment. I'll test a tiny bit first. If it doesn't make me sick, I'll have a treat I haven't had in ages. If it's bad, I'll toss it. Risk is part of every decision now. I want to remind anyone listening about the water filtering trick, cloth and charcoal. Also, if you can find a metal container, you can boil water to make it safer. Don't drink water straight from puddles or old pipes. Illness will weaken you further, and we have few ways to heal. The day grows warmer. The sun still rises each morning, indifferent to our troubles. I'm grateful it still shines. We need sunlight for warmth and for plants to grow. Each beam of light might help a seed sprout or guide a traveler home. I'll stop now and save energy. Remember the library courtyard tomorrow at midday. If you can come, do so. I'll be there, hoping to see a few kind faces. Let's try to start something better. It's the day I planned to meet at the library courtyard. I woke early, nervous as if I were going to some important event. In a way, I am. Trying to bring people together in these times is risky. But risk and hope walk hand in hand now. Before I head there, I'll share some news. Last evening, I wandered behind an old building that used to be a hardware store. I found a small pile of rusted nails and bent screws. Carefully collecting them, I realized even these tiny rusted bits might help fix a broken door or patch a wooden cart. I've learned to see value in what we once called scrap. I also stopped by the basketball court again. The seed keeper left a reply scrawled on a piece of cardboard. I'm willing to share seeds if we protect the garden. Meet me here 2 days from now at sunrise. Signed with a simple mark, a small drawing of a leaf. It's a good sign. Maybe he heard my broadcasts, or maybe someone passed the message along. 2 days from now, I'll go there and see who arrives. The world now moves at a slower rhythm. We set meetings days apart because people need time to gather courage and walk through empty streets. My stomach growls. I have a handful of lentils left. I might chew a few dry or try to boil them if I can find enough wood for a small fire. Wood is precious now. Furniture and fences become fuel. If we don't find a better source of energy, we risk freezing in the winter. Another reason why we must work together. Maybe we can organize a group to salvage wood without fighting over it. I'm heading to the courtyard now. I'll bring the small clay bird the child gave me. It's a fragile, pretty thing. Maybe placing it on a broken column will show I come in peace. I'll also carry a few pages of notes with tips on basic gardening and water filtering. If anyone shows up, I'll hand them out. I just returned from the library courtyard. When I arrived, I thought no one would come. I stood there alone, clutching my notes, feeling foolish. The courtyard was silent, leaves scattered on cracked pavement. But then, slowly, a few figures emerged from side streets. First, a woman carrying a basket with a few dried roots. Then an older man holding a makeshift walking stick. A young couple came next, the man with torn shoes, the woman with a scarf wrapped around her head. A boy, maybe 12, holding a small bundle of sticks. In total, about 10 people gathered, standing apart at first, eyeing each other warily. I cleared my throat and said, "I'm Daniel Brooks. I speak on the radio sometimes. I wanted to meet because we need to help each other survive. I have a few tips on growing food, finding clean water, maybe repairing simple items. If we share what we know, we stand a better chance." They listened, heads tilted, faces guarded. The woman with the basket stepped forward. She said she knew how to make a weak tea from certain leaves that eases stomach pain. She offered to show others which leaves to pick. The older man said he had tried planting beans behind an old store and some were sprouting. He could use help protecting them. The young couple admitted they had found a trick to catch rainwater by stringing plastic sheets between broken beams. They got cleaner water that way. We stood in a small circle, trading words and nods. After a few minutes, shoulders relaxed, voices grew warmer. The boy with the stick said nothing at first, but finally mumbled he could help gather more wood if needed, as he knew some safe routes. We decided to meet again in a few days, same place, to share more findings. One man asked if we should bring more people. We shrugged. More people means more knowledge, but also more mouths to feed. Still, we must try. We agreed that anyone who wants to help or learn is welcome, but if anyone causes trouble, the rest will stand together to stop it. It's a fragile pact, but a start. When we parted, I felt lighter. I hope some good grows from this. On my way back, I thought about how just a short time ago everything was about money and jobs. Now it's about trust and sharing skills. We measure wealth in seeds, knowledge, and cooperation. Maybe we can rebuild something new out of these ashes. I passed a small alley where someone had painted a symbol on the wall, a simple drawing of a hand holding a plant. Maybe it's the seed keeper's mark. Maybe it's a sign that others want to grow food. I'll keep an eye out for these marks. They might guide us to small gardens hidden in backlots. I heard distant laughter today. Actual laughter. A group of children found an old soccer ball, half deflated but still kickable. They tapped it around in the dust, giggling at their own clumsy efforts. For a moment, they forgot the hunger and fear. That sound of laughter almost brought tears to my eyes. It reminds me we're still alive. Before sunset, I tried to boil my lentils. I found a tiny bit of wood and lit it carefully, shielding the flame from the breeze. The water barely got warm before I ran out of fuel. I ended up chewing them half softened, gritty between my teeth. Not a feast, but better than nothing. It makes me think we must find better ways to cook. Maybe a communal fire pit somewhere so we don't waste precious wood. I'll mention that at our next meeting. Now it's dark. The station is quiet. I'll rest my voice and my mind. I feel a small spark of hope after today's meeting. Maybe tomorrow I'll have more to share. I woke to a pale sky and the sound of distant footsteps. Someone ran by outside, maybe chasing a rumor of food. I won't go out yet. I want to talk first. Today I plan to revisit the basketball court at sunrise, as the seed keeper asked. I'm both excited and anxious. Seeds are precious. They mean future harvests, not just scrounging for scraps. If we can secure some seeds and protect a garden, it might become the heart of a small community. But it also makes me worry about thieves or selfish hands. We must guard it well. I recall what I learned yesterday at the courtyard. Someone mentioned that certain weeds can be eaten if boiled enough. I should write these tips down. Without books or the internet as we knew it, we must store knowledge in our minds and maybe in a few scraps of paper. We become living libraries for each other. I'll head out now to meet the seed keeper. I'll try to come back to the station later and tell you what happened. I have returned from the basketball court. When I arrived, no one was there. I stood by the broken hoop, feeling foolish again. The city was quiet except for a light wind. But after a few minutes, a figure emerged from behind a rusted fence. A woman, perhaps in her 30s, with tired eyes but steady posture. She wore a coat stitched from mismatched fabrics. She held a small pouch in her hand. "You Daniel from the radio?" she asked. I nodded. She showed me the pouch and opened it slightly, revealing tiny seeds of various shapes. Some looked like bean seeds, others like pumpkin seeds, maybe some leafy greens. I'm not sure. She said, "I salvaged these from gardens before they were looted. I kept them safe, waiting for someone willing to plant and guard them." I told her about the group at the library courtyard. We want to share knowledge and build trust. She listened and said, "If you can gather enough honest people, I'll give you a share of these seeds to plant together. But you must promise to protect them and not let anyone hoard them." I promised we would do our best. She handed me a small handful of seeds, not all she had, but enough to start a modest plot. She said, "Meet me here again in a week. If I hear good things about your group, I'll share more." Then she disappeared as quietly as she had come. I returned to the station holding these seeds like precious jewels. I must find a safe spot to plant them. The soil near the station is poor, but maybe we can improve it with compost. Or perhaps the older man with the bean sprouts has better soil behind that old store. I'll bring the seeds to the next courtyard meeting and discuss the best plan. On my way back, I saw 3 people pushing a cart full of scrap wood. They must have found a collapsed fence or some furniture to break down. Wood is as good as gold. With that wood, we can build simple frames for a greenhouse or fuel a cooking fire that lasts more than a few minutes. I also passed by the clinic in progress at the old post office. A tired-looking woman outside said they had treated a man with a deep cut on his arm, using strips of boiled cloth and some herbal wash. Not perfect, but it might save him from infection. She asked if I knew anyone who had a spare piece of soap. I have none, but maybe I can ask around at the courtyard meeting. I realize how connected everything is. Seeds need safe soil. Soil might need compost. Compost comes from scraps of food we don't have yet. Water is needed to grow plants. Water must be clean. To get clean water, we need filters or boiling. To boil water, we need fuel. Fuel comes from wood. To get wood, we must not fight each other. Everything leads back to trust and cooperation. I'll broadcast a simple message now. If you have any extra seeds, consider saving a few for planting rather than eating them all. If you have knowledge on how to store seeds so they last until planting season, share it with your neighbors. A small action now can mean a full stomach later. I'll rest my voice and try to gather my strength. The day is warm, and I hear distant voices talking softly outside. Maybe they're planning their own gardens. Maybe we're not alone in this effort. I found an old sheet of metal behind a collapsed shed. I dragged it back here. If I can angle it toward the sun, maybe I can warm water or even cook something simple without burning too much wood. Reflective surfaces can concentrate heat. I'll ask at the next meeting if anyone knows how to build a solar cooker from scraps. I also discovered that my corn kernels haven't sprouted yet. It's too soon, but I still check them, as if hoping for a miracle. Patience is not easy when you're hungry, but nature takes its time. I must learn to wait. A neighbor passed by and whispered that a group 2 blocks west found some abandoned fruit trees hidden behind a high wall. They managed to pick a few unripe apples. Even unripe fruit is a treasure now. If I ever find that spot, I'll take only what I need and leave some for others. Overharvesting would kill the resource. We must learn not to strip everything bare. I think about the old world again. If someone told me a year ago that I'd be happy to find a handful of seeds or a few nails, I would have laughed. I remember complaining if my coffee was served lukewarm. Now lukewarm coffee would be a dream. We were spoiled, and now we pay the price. But maybe we'll grow wiser after this. As night falls, I light a small candle I found in a drawer. Just enough light to see my notepad and write down a few tips I've learned. I'll share them at the courtyard. How to store water in sealed bottles. How to test soil by feeling its texture. How to sprout beans in a damp cloth if you can spare a few beans. Knowledge is the best gift we can give each other now. I wonder if the seed keeper is testing us to see if we're truly committed to a better way of living. I hope we pass this test. If we can show that a community can work together, maybe more people will join us, and the seed supply can grow until we have small gardens in every block. Then maybe we can trade produce instead of scraps. Maybe children can eat fresh food again. I must sleep now. My body aches, and my stomach rumbles. I'll dream of green leaves and full baskets. I didn't find much to eat last night, just a crust of old bread someone left on a doorstep. I gave them a bit of cloth in return. That's how we do things now, quiet trades with neighbors, each trying not to appear too desperate. Pride is a luxury we can't afford. Today I plan to visit that man who said he had bean sprouts. He mentioned planting them behind an old store. Maybe we can join forces, use the seeds the seed keeper gave me, and create a small garden plot together. If we show that we're serious, others might respect the garden's boundaries. We can set up a watch schedule, maybe. One person watches while others tend to the plants. A group of 3 young people passed the station this morning, carrying empty jars and looking determined. I asked them where they were headed. They said they heard a rumor about a small spring outside the city, maybe a mile away. They plan to fill their jars with fresh water if they find it. I warned them it's dangerous to go that far alone, but they shrugged. They said they must try. I hope they return safely. If they find fresh water, that could help everyone. But if they run into trouble or never come back, it's another reminder of the risks we face. I notice how people's faces have changed. Thinner, more hollow, yes, but also more intense. Eyes scan the streets, searching for any sign of food or danger. Bodies move slower, careful with each step. We've become like animals in a harsh environment, always on alert. Yet when we gather in small groups and share what we know, our eyes soften for a moment. That's when we remember we are still human. I saw a man trying to repair a broken bicycle wheel with strips of cloth. If he succeeds, he'll have a way to travel quietly and faster than on foot. Bicycles might become our new transportation. They don't need fuel, just strong legs. If anyone listening knows how to mend rubber or shape metal, they could become very important to the community. Around midday, I reached the old store where the bean planter lived. He was there, crouched over a patch of soil, smiling at a few tiny green shoots pushing through the dirt. I told him about the seeds I got from the seed keeper and asked if we could grow them here. He nodded, pleased. He said we must fence the area somehow. I offered some of my rusty nails and we decided to scavenge wood for a simple fence. A fence won't stop a determined thief, but it might discourage a casual one. Plus, if we explain to neighbors that this garden feeds everyone who helps, maybe they'll respect it. The bean planter said he would come to the next courtyard meeting and share his progress. This is how a network forms, one connection at a time. The seed keeper, the courtyard group, the man with beans, the traveler with corn kernels, the clinic at the old post office. Threads weaving together into a fragile net that might catch hope. By late afternoon, I returned to the station. I tried to filter some water using cloth and ash. It tasted slightly better than before. I boiled it for a few minutes over a tiny flame fed by bits of paper. At least I won't get sick from drinking it, I hope. I'll keep broadcasting these stories. Maybe someone out there hears them and realizes they are not alone. Maybe in another part of the city, someone else is doing the same, speaking into a microphone or shouting from a rooftop. Communication is hard, but not impossible. Even a whispered rumor can spark an idea. As night comes again, I hear distant voices singing softly. I can't make out the tune, but it sounds gentle and sad. Music survived the fall, at least in human throats. We don't need technology to sing. Tomorrow I'll try to remember a song from the old days and hum it quietly. Maybe it will give me strength. I dreamed last night of fields of wheat stretching beyond the horizon, swaying in a gentle breeze. When I woke, the reality was gray walls and cracked pavement. But I still hold that dream in my mind. Wheat, corn, beans, and greens. One day we might see them again in abundance. Today I'll focus on practical steps. I must find a few sturdy pieces of wood for the garden fence. The bean planter said he might have a hammerhead. I have nails. Together we can piece something together. Maybe at the next courtyard meeting, we can ask others to help gather materials. If we build even a small fence, it sends a message that this garden is cared for. I saw a couple rummaging through a collapsed kitchenware store. They pulled out dented pots and pans. Even a damaged pot can be cleaned and used. Cooking is key to making some foods edible. If they can trade a pot for a handful of grain, that's a good deal. We must adapt. Broken things can be fixed, repurposed. A traveler arrived at midday, telling me he had seen a group on the edge of the city planting in a field near an old highway ramp. They cleared weeds and planted seeds in rows. He said they worked in silence, each person knowing their task. He didn't know if they were armed or protective, but they didn't chase him away when he watched from a distance. This means we're not the only ones trying to farm. If we can link these efforts somehow, we could strengthen each other. But that might be too soon. Trust first must grow in small circles. The clinic at the old post office sent a runner asking if anyone can donate even a scrap of clean cloth or a tiny bit of antiseptic. I have none, but maybe I can spread the word. If someone listening has anything that can clean wounds, please consider bringing it to that clinic. Healthy neighbors are more productive, and that helps everyone. It's not charity, it's survival. I remember reading stories about communities that faced disaster before. They often found that cooperation worked better than fighting over scraps. Fear pushes us to hoard, but we must push back with reason. One seed planted can yield many seeds next season. If we hoard and eat all the seeds now, we starve later. It's a simple lesson, but it can save us. By late afternoon, I managed to find a few wood planks in a ruined shed. A family nearby saw me struggling to carry them and helped me drag them out. They asked for nothing in return. They just said if I managed to grow food, remember them. I nodded. I will remember them. The sun is setting. The sky glows orange. In this quiet, I reflect on how much we've lost and what we can still build. It won't be easy. Hunger and desperation tug at us every day. But these small steps, a garden here, a courtyard meeting there, a handful of seeds shared, are paths to something better. I will rest now. Tomorrow I'll try to meet with the courtyard group again, or at least pass by and leave a note. I'll tell them about the fence project and see who can help. This is how we do it. Day by day, meeting by meeting, seed by seed. The morning air feels cooler today. I can sense the season shifting. This worries me because colder days mean we must prepare for warmth and enough food to last when nothing grows. We must hurry with the garden and find ways to store what little harvest we might get. Yesterday, after gathering those wood planks, I left a note at the courtyard, pinned to a broken bench. I wrote that we have seeds and plans to fence a small garden behind the old store. I asked if anyone had spare tools or could help shape the wood into something sturdy. If we all pitch in, we might have a safer place to grow food. I have just enough strength to walk there again today and see if anyone replied. My legs feel weak, but I must keep moving. Staying still too long does no good. Hunger weakens the body, but having a purpose can keep the spirit strong. I went to the courtyard and found two people waiting. The older man who mentioned bean sprouts was there, along with a younger woman I hadn't seen before. She said she found a rusty saw in a collapsed garage. It's dull, but maybe we can still cut wood with enough effort. The older man said he knows someone who can sharpen it by rubbing it against a certain type of stone. We agreed to meet near the garden plot tomorrow morning to start building the fence. I told them about the seed keeper's condition. We must show we can protect and share the harvest. They understood. The younger woman said she has a few bean seeds of her own. If we do well, she'll add them to the garden. One step at a time, our seed supply might grow. On my way back, I passed a narrow alley where someone had hung strips of cloth to dry. Maybe they washed them in boiled water. Clean cloth can be used as bandages. I wondered if they would be willing to trade a few strips for a handful of beans someday. This is how we must think now. Every object has value. Every skill can be traded. I saw a small group huddled around a pile of old electronic parts. They seemed to be trying to salvage wires. Wires can tie things together or be twisted into hooks. Nothing is useless if we're creative. I remember how we used to throw away so much. Now, every scrap is treasure. Afternoon light fell on the broken pavement, making shadows long. I noticed a child drawing on the ground with a piece of charcoal. The drawing showed a sun, a tree, and something that looked like a basket of food. Maybe the child dreams of abundance. I wanted to say kind words, but I had no voice left for that. Just seeing it lifted my heart a bit. I managed to eat a few stale crackers today, traded a small piece of cloth for them. The crackers were dry and hard, but I chewed slowly, imagining fresh bread. If I close my eyes, I can recall the smell of bakeries, the warmth of ovens. Maybe one day we'll bake bread again, once we grow enough wheat or find flour somewhere. As evening comes, I think about tomorrow's work at the garden. We must clear debris, make small plots, and plant the seeds carefully. We must find a way to water them. Rain might come, but we can't rely on luck. Maybe we can collect dew or dig a small pit to catch any moisture. Even spreading wet cloth overnight can gather a few drops. When life is this hard, every drop counts. I will rest now, save my energy for tomorrow's labor. My arms and legs ache, but it's a good ache, one that comes from doing something meaningful. Sleep well if you can, out there. It's early. I'm about to head to the garden plot behind the old store to meet the others. I'm nervous, but also excited. We've talked enough. Now we must act. If we build a fence and plant these seeds, we take a step toward self-reliance. I remember a page I read in the library's ruins about simple irrigation methods. If we bury clay pots with tiny holes near the roots, they can slowly release water. We don't have clay pots, but maybe we can use plastic bottles. Poke a few holes, fill them with water, bury them near the plants. A slow drip might keep the soil moist. I'll suggest this idea to the group. I'm going now. I'll report back later once we see what we can accomplish. We spent most of the day working at the garden plot. The bean planter was there, and the young woman with the saw. Another man joined us, carrying a flat piece of metal he said could serve as a shovel. We cleared debris, pulled out old weeds, and loosened the soil as best we could. It's not great soil, but maybe with compost and time it will improve. We placed the wood planks around a small area, making a rough fence. It's more symbolic than anything, but it feels good to mark this space as something cared for. The fence wobbles, but we plan to add more support if we find extra nails and wood. Then we planted. We pressed seeds into the earth with gentle fingers. Bean seeds, a few of the seed keeper's seeds, and some mystery seeds we found in a pocket of an old coat. We don't know what they'll produce, but we must try. We talked quietly while we worked, sharing tips. The older man said if we find some ashes from wood fires, we can add them to the soil for nutrients. The young woman said she once heard that crushing eggshells helps. But we have no eggshells now. Maybe someday. We left a small sign made from a piece of wood, just a simple mark to show this garden belongs to everyone who cares for it. I wrote a short message with a piece of charcoal. Shared garden. Protect and respect. We hope others will understand. On my way back, I spotted a few people watching from a distance. Maybe curious, maybe interested. If they see that we're serious and that we don't hoard, they might join us later. I must trust that people can learn to share if they see it in action. When I returned to the station, I felt exhausted but proud. This is a step toward something. Growing food takes time, patience, and collective effort. There's no instant relief, but there is a path forward. I have a handful of lentils I saved. I'll try soaking them overnight and maybe chewing them tomorrow. With luck, the garden will one day provide more than a handful. Until then, we hold on. I woke stiff and sore from yesterday's labor. Still, it's a good kind of ache. It means I worked for something real. I plan to visit the courtyard again soon, to update anyone who comes about the garden's progress. I also want to see if the seed keeper returns in a week as promised. If we show her that we fenced the garden and planted seeds, maybe she'll trust us with more seeds. One small garden could become 2, then 3. I heard a rumor that a few blocks away, someone managed to fix a small hand pump for water in an abandoned backyard. If true, that might save us from having to walk far with heavy containers. I don't know who owns that backyard now. Ownership means little these days. If they share the water fairly, they could become a key ally. If they hoard it, conflict might arise. I pray for sharing. A traveling pair came by the station. They said they were heading north, where they heard rural areas might have more food. I warned them that the roads are dangerous. They said they have no choice. I gave them a tip on filtering water, and they thanked me. They offered a single dried berry in return. A berry. I haven't seen fruit in ages. It was shriveled and sour, but it tasted like a promise of what nature can still give us. Midday, I dragged myself to the courtyard, hoping to meet someone. 2 people arrived after a while. The older man from before, and a different face. A woman wearing a patched coat. I told them about the garden's progress. The older man nodded, satisfied. The woman said she has a small tin of dried herbs that can help repel insects if burned near the plants. Insects might eat our sprouts. Every detail matters now. She agreed to show up at the garden tomorrow morning with those herbs. We stood there, 3 strangers a few weeks ago, now partners in a quiet struggle. No one told us what to do or forced us. We chose to try because the alternative, hoping someone else saves us, is not working. We must save ourselves. On my way back, I watched a few birds circling above. Birds survive by finding seeds, worms, scraps. They adapt to what's around them. We must do the same. If we can learn from nature's resilience, we may stand a chance. As the sun lowers, I think about how far we've come in these weeks. We started with fear and scattered whispers. Now we have a small network and a planted garden. It's not enough, but it's a start. If the seeds sprout, we must guard them, weed the garden, share the harvest, and save more seeds for the next season. We must think like farmers now, not just scavengers. I will sleep now, dreaming of green shoots breaking through the soil. I woke early and went straight to the garden. The soil looks unchanged so far, no sprouts yet. The woman with the herbs arrived. She burned a small handful near the fence, producing a smell that might keep away some pests. We stood quietly, hoping no one steals our seeds. For now, all is calm. The bean planter said he will try to gather some ashes from a recent wood fire he made to boil water. He'll sprinkle them around the plots to add nutrients. Another man said he might try to capture rainwater if clouds form. We must remain alert for any opportunity. While at the garden, I noticed a teenage boy lurking nearby. He looked hungry and nervous. I called out gently, saying if he's curious, he can come closer. He approached slowly, eyes wide. I explained that we're trying to grow food for everyone who helps. He asked if he could help. I said yes. He said he has nothing to trade. I told him knowledge, time, and willingness to protect the garden are enough. He smiled a thin smile and said he can stand watch at night if needed. We said we might take him up on that offer. Another friend added to our circle. We decided that as soon as we see sprouts, we'll need to guard them more carefully. Some people might wait until we have something edible to steal. But if we invite them to join us early, maybe they won't feel the need to steal. This is the delicate balance we must manage. Invite trust, but remain cautious. At midday, a man passed by the garden carrying a homemade bow, just a bent stick with a string. He didn't threaten us, just watched. We said hello, told him what we're doing. He nodded and left without a word. I don't know if he's friend or foe, but at least he didn't attack. Maybe he's just another survivor trying to gauge who's worth trusting. In the afternoon, I checked the station. Still no fresh food there, just my stale lentils. I soaked them overnight and they softened slightly. I chewed them carefully, each bite a reminder that hard times force us to appreciate even the tiniest meal. If the garden succeeds, maybe one day I can taste fresh beans or a leafy green. I also considered making small signs around the neighborhood, simple messages like, "Help us grow food, join the garden effort." But signs might draw trouble. It's a risk. For now, word of mouth might be safer. The courtyard meetings are a quiet hub for us. If we expand too fast, we might attract greedy eyes. As evening falls, I recall how the seed keeper said she'd check on our progress in a week. I hope we have something to show, even if just a secure fence and a promise that we're serious. If she gives us more seeds, we can expand the plot or start a second one somewhere else. Imagine a city dotted with small gardens, each tended by a handful of survivors who share their harvest. It sounds almost too good to be true, but we must aim for it. I will rest now. My hands are sore from digging in the dirt, but it's a good pain. Sleep well, wherever you are. Great news today. I checked the garden at dawn and saw a tiny green sprout pushing through the soil. Just one, but it's alive and reaching for the sun. I don't know if it's a bean or something else, but seeing that green leaf made my heart soar. Life still grows if given a chance. I called the bean planter and the others to see it. We stood around like proud parents. The teenage boy came too, smiling shyly. This sprout is a sign that our effort wasn't wasted. If one seed can sprout, others might follow. We decided to sprinkle a bit of water, not much because we have little to spare, but enough to keep the soil moist. The older man said we must be careful not to overwater. Too much can rot the seeds. We nodded, soaking in this new farming knowledge. A month ago, we were clueless. Now we're learning step by step. I also saw a few clouds gathering in the sky. If it rains, we can collect water in containers. Rainwater is a blessing. We placed old pans and bottles around the garden to catch drops. Every drop is precious. At midday, I visited the courtyard again. A few people had gathered, discussing ways to find more tools. One person said they know where an old hardware store might still have a box of rusted trowels. Another said we must be careful because it's near a known hangout of desperate individuals who might not welcome visitors. We must weigh risks against rewards. Tools could improve our garden's chances. But is it worth the danger? We agreed to send a scouting party in a few days, just 2 people to quietly check if those tools are accessible. No rash moves. Patience. On my way back, I felt lighter despite hunger. That little sprout symbolizes hope. If we can grow one sprout, we can grow more. If we can grow more, we can feed ourselves. If we can feed ourselves, we can stabilize our lives and focus on rebuilding other aspects. Clothing, shelter, medical care. One step leads to another. At dusk, I returned to the station and found a small group outside listening for my voice. They said they wanted to hear if there's any news on food or water sources. I shared what I know. We have a garden starting. We have a small network forming. We're learning how to survive. They thanked me, said my words helped them feel less alone. I invited them to join the courtyard meetings if they have anything to contribute. They said they'd think about it. Even if they don't come, at least they know someone is trying. As night falls, I light my candle again and write down notes. I must remember the watering schedule, the idea of using ashes as fertilizer, the plan to scout for tools. Without writing it down, I might forget important details. My notes are messy and smudged, but they're a record of our slow progress. Sleep calls. Tomorrow I'll check the sprout again. Maybe more will appear. More sprouts today. We have 3 little green heads popping from the soil now. The bean planter grinned from ear to ear. The teenager patted the fence proudly. The woman with the herbs said we should keep watch for pests. We took turns removing tiny bugs we found crawling on a leaf. This is serious work now. We decided to assign a simple schedule. 1 or 2 people visit the garden in the early morning, another pair at midday, and another pair in the evening, just to keep an eye on things. The teenager volunteered for an evening shift. He said he has trouble sleeping anyway and can watch quietly from behind some crates. Good. We need vigilant eyes. We also started a small compost corner behind the fence, tossing in bits of old leaves, scraps of vegetable peel if anyone finds them. It's not much yet, but in time, it could enrich the soil. At midday, I stopped by the courtyard. The older man announced that he managed to sharpen the saw slightly by rubbing it on a rough stone wall. Now it cuts a bit better. We can shape wood into smaller tools or stakes to support growing plants. Every improvement counts. We discussed the scouting trip for tools. 2 volunteers stepped forward. A quiet man who used to be a teacher, and a woman who once worked in a factory. They said they're cautious and will try to avoid trouble. We agreed they'll go in 2 days, early in the morning to check the hardware store. If they return with even a few simple tools, it could help us greatly. If they find nothing safe, they'll come back empty-handed, but alive. We must accept that not all risks pay off. In the afternoon, I shared with the group a memory of the old days, when supermarkets had endless shelves of seeds and packets, tomatoes, lettuce, carrots. People bought them as hobbies. Now seeds are our lifeline. A woman laughed bitterly, saying we never appreciated what we had. But no point dwelling on that now. We must look forward. On my way back to the station, I saw a makeshift sign someone placed at a crossroad. Need help fixing a cartwheel? We'll trade a handful of beans. This is what our market looks like now. Services traded for food. If we manage to grow enough beans, we could trade some for things we lack. But we must not get greedy. The garden is for all who help it, not just for a few. At dusk, I checked my small store of lentils. Only a few left. I must find something else soon. Maybe someone will trade me a handful of grain if I offer to share knowledge or help with their tasks. I know how to operate the radio. Maybe I can announce their services in exchange for food. Barter of knowledge and communication for nourishment. Strange times. The night sky is clear tonight. I see stars I never noticed before when city lights blinded the sky. Now darkness shows us the universe. It's quiet, and I hear distant whispers. Maybe someone singing a lullaby to a child. We are learning to live simply, closer to the earth and each other. Tomorrow I'll check the garden again, hoping for more sprouts. Each new leaf is a victory. More leaves on the sprouts, and a slight drizzle of rain overnight filled some of our containers. We sipped a bit of that water today, savoring every drop. The teenage boy said he saw no intruders last night, only a curious cat wandering by. Good. We must keep the garden safe. The seed keeper's deadline approaches. In a few days, I must meet her again at the basketball court. I will report our progress. Sprouts growing, fence in place, people protecting the garden. Perhaps she'll reward us with more seeds. If we get a variety, we can try growing different crops. Diversity is strength. If one fails, another might succeed. The courtyard meeting today was hopeful. Someone brought a handful of wild greens they found growing in a crack near a stream. They said boiling them makes them edible. Everyone looked at those greens as if they were jewels. We decided to share them at a small communal meal after we have enough to feed at least a few people. Patience again. But knowing such greens exist nearby gives us another target for gathering. The scouting party will leave tomorrow morning for the hardware store. I gave them a few words of caution. They nodded. They don't plan to fight anyone. They'll sneak, grab what they can if it's safe, and return quietly. If they fail, we lose nothing but a bit of hope. If they succeed, we gain better tools for the garden and maybe for other tasks. I walked through a few blocks to see if I could trade my last lentils for something else. I found a woman who had a small piece of dried fish. She said she'd give me a tiny sliver if I promised to teach her how to filter water more effectively. I agreed. Knowledge for fish, an odd trade, but fair. I taught her the cloth and charcoal method, and in return she gave me a bite of salty fish. The taste reminded me of the sea, something distant now. I thanked her. She said if the method works, maybe we can trade again. By late afternoon, I checked on the garden one more time. The sprouts look healthy. We must keep watch for signs of disease or pests. Without chemicals or modern solutions, we rely on simple methods. Handpicking insects, using certain herbs, rotating our meager crops. This is farming at its most basic, learned on the fly. As night comes, I think about how far we've come. We started with nothing but despair. Now we have sprouts growing, a community forming, and a network of trades and knowledge spreading. We're not safe yet. Hunger still gnaws and danger lurks. But we have a path. Plant seeds. Protect them. Share the harvest. Grow more. It's the old rhythm of life, rediscovered after the collapse of our old world. I will rest now, with a hint of a smile. Tomorrow brings new challenges, but also new chances. The scouting party left at dawn. I wished them luck. They'll be gone a few hours. We wait, anxious but calm. We must not pin all hopes on their success. Even without new tools, we'll keep going. But tools would help. I visited the garden early. The teenage boy said he spotted a few more bugs on the leaves. We picked them off gently, trying not to damage the plants. The bean planter mumbled that we must find a way to repel these pests more efficiently, maybe a mixture of ash and water or some bitter herb wash. We'll experiment. As midday approaches, I head to the courtyard. A small gathering awaits. We talk about ways to store food if we manage to harvest anything. Without refrigeration, we must dry or salt food. Salt is scarce. Maybe drying in the sun is our best bet. Or pickling, if we find vinegar or something sour. We brainstorm, throwing ideas around, even if we lack resources now. A rumble in the distance. Footsteps. The scouting party returns, looking tired but unharmed. They carry a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Inside, a few rusted trowels, a small hand rake missing some teeth, and a piece of metal that might be shaped into a hoe blade. Not much, but better than nothing. They said they had to hide behind rubble when they heard voices nearby. They grabbed what they could and slipped away. No direct conflict. Good. We thanked them and promised that if the garden yields food, they get their share. A fair deal. These tools can help us loosen soil more easily and maybe expand the garden a bit. In the afternoon, I head back to the station. On the way, I spot the seed keeper's leaf symbol on a wall. A reminder. In a day or two, I must meet her again at the basketball court. I'll bring good news and show her one of the small trowels we found, maybe proof that we're improving our methods. I found a dried crust of bread near a doorway, probably dropped by someone. Normally I'd ignore food on the ground, but hunger makes me pick it up. I dust it off and nibble a corner. It's hard as a rock, but it gives a few crumbs of energy. I feel guilty taking it without trade, but maybe the person who dropped it won't miss it. I must survive to help others. As evening falls, we gather at the garden fence for a moment of quiet pride. The sprouts are small, but they're ours. We planted them, protected them, and soon we might taste their fruits. The teenage boy lights a tiny lamp fueled by animal fat he traded somewhere. The soft glow falls on green leaves, making them shine like emeralds. We smile, a weary circle of friends who once were strangers. Night again. I close my eyes and see fields, not of despair, but of possibilities. The seed keeper will see we're serious. Perhaps more seeds will come our way. Perhaps more gardens will sprout across the city. Step by step, leaf by leaf, we move forward. Today's the day I meet the seed keeper again at the basketball court. I gather my notes, wrap a few leaves from the sprouts that fell off, just a tiny bit, to show her progress. I know it's risky to remove anything from the plants, but just a small fallen leaf won't hurt, and visual proof might convince her. I arrive early. The city is quiet. I stand by the broken hoop, heart beating faster. After a while, she appears from behind the fence as before, coat patched, eyes steady. I show her the leaf fragment and describe our garden. Fence in place, sprouts growing, people working together. I mention the trowels we found, the watering methods, the compost pile starting. She listens, nodding occasionally. She says, "I've watched from afar. I see fewer arguments in your area and more cooperation. That's good." I tell her we aim to expand once we have a stable crop. She reaches into her pouch and hands me a few more seeds, different shapes this time. Try these. Some are greens that grow fast. Others are root vegetables that might survive cooler weather. Plant them carefully. Don't let greed destroy what you've built. I thank her, voice almost breaking. More seeds mean more chances. She warns me again. If I hear you've sold these seeds for personal gain, I'll never return. I promise we'll share with those who help. She disappears as quietly as she came. I hurry back, eager to show the group. On the way, I pass a man offering to sharpen knives in exchange for a spoonful of beans. Soon, we'll have beans, I think. Soon we can afford to trade a few. At the garden, I present the new seeds to the bean planter and the others. They smile, eyes bright. This trust we earned from the seed keeper feels like a blessing. We agree to prepare a second small plot if we can find more wood and clear more rubble. The teenage boy says he can search for materials after his evening watch. The older man says he'll try to find more ashes for the soil. The woman with herbs suggests planting the new seeds a bit apart, so if one plot is hit by pests, the other might survive. We work late into the afternoon, loosening more soil, setting a simple marker for the new plot. We plant a few of the new seeds right away, and save the rest for staggered planting. If we plant everything at once and something goes wrong, we lose it all. Better to spread our bets over time. As night approaches, I feel tired but fulfilled. Our efforts are paying off. We have sprouts, tools, more seeds, and people learning to trust each other. It's still fragile. A single raid or a bad storm could ruin us. But we face these risks together now, not alone. I will rest tonight thinking of the tiny leaves pushing through dark soil, of neighbors who once hid behind locked doors now sharing knowledge and scraps of food, and of a future where we might reclaim more than survival, where we might rebuild a life worth living. It has been a few days since I received those new seeds from the seed keeper. The tiny sprouts in our original plot are growing slowly, their leaves spreading wider. The second plot, where we planted the new seeds, shows a few tiny green heads peeking through the soil. Each green tip lifts our spirits. Who would have thought we could feel such joy over a few leaves? We continue to watch the garden closely. The teenage boy who stands guard reports that no one has tried to steal anything so far. Maybe people are starting to trust our work, or at least respect it. The older man brought more ashes to sprinkle around the base of the plants. The woman with herbs tried a mixture of crushed leaves and water, brushing it on some leaves to discourage pests. We don't know if it truly helps, but we must try anything. We meet at the courtyard every couple of days to share updates. More people are showing up now, curious about what we're doing. Some bring small offerings, a handful of dried leaves that can be brewed into a weak tea, a scrap of wire that might serve as a tool handle, a suggestion for where to find scattered seeds in abandoned backyards. Word is spreading that if you want to help and learn, you can come to the courtyard and talk to our group. I must be careful, though. Too much attention could attract those who want to take advantage. But so far we've seen mostly weary survivors who seem relieved to find a small flicker of hope. We have no grand speeches, no big promises, just a garden and a willingness to share knowledge. The scouting party that brought back the trowels is now considering another trip, maybe to a store rumored to have old bags of soil mix or garden tools left behind. We don't know if that rumor is true. Rumors now carry a special weight. Without real news channels, every whisper could be a clue or a trap. We decided they should wait a bit longer, gather more information before risking another trip. We don't want to lose anyone over a guess. At night, I've begun teaching a small handful of neighbors how to speak quietly into a makeshift microphone hooked to the station's limited power. They want to learn how to broadcast simple messages. If I fall ill or can't continue, someone else must carry the voice. We must not rely on one person alone. This sharing of skills is our strength now. Even if the station's range is small, a steady voice in the darkness helps people remember they are not alone. I remember once reporting on glamorous events in economic news, feeling so important behind a microphone. Now I talk about compost and bugs on leaves, and it feels more important than anything I did before. We stripped life down to basics: food, water, shelter, trust. Without these, nothing else matters. With them, we can rebuild. The teenage boy brought a surprise yesterday. He found a small piece of glass that focuses sunlight. He tested it by holding it over dry leaves and could start a tiny spark of fire. If we can harness that, we might boil water without wasting so much wood. Fire is life too. Another small tool in our growing set of survival tricks. Today, I visited the old post office clinic to see if they managed to get any supplies. They still struggle, relying on boiled cloth and herbal washes. A few people donated scraps of soap or bandages. In return, the clinic promises basic care if someone gets a cut or a fever. It's a fragile system, but better than nothing. We must keep our neighbors alive and healthy if we want to farm and trade. We have started making mental maps of who does what. One man sharpens tools. One woman gathers wild greens. Another repairs torn clothing by unraveling old fabric and stitching carefully. Someone found a crate of dusty jars that can store seeds or dried herbs. Little by little, we form a web of skills. In the old world, we had everything at our fingertips, but we depended on a massive system. Now we rely on each other's small talents. The afternoons are quieter than they used to be. Without traffic or business, only the wind moves through empty streets. We listen for footsteps, voices, the rustle of leaves, the hum of a small radio static. Sometimes I pick up distant crackles on the station, maybe other survivors trying to broadcast. I can't make out words, just faint hints that we are not alone in this wide, ruined landscape. We think about the future. Can we find a way to plant something like wheat or corn that can provide more calories? Beans are good, greens are good, but we need something more filling. That might require traveling farther out to find seeds or forming alliances with other groups who have them. But first, we must prove we can protect what we have. The teenage boy suggested making simple scarecrows from old clothes to keep birds from pecking at our plants. Birds haven't bothered us much yet, but as soon as we have more visible crops, they might come. We laughed at the idea of scarecrows in a ruined city, but why not? If it works, it works. He said he'll try to build one using sticks and a shirt he found. We also considered how to store rainwater. Right now, we rely on placing containers outside when clouds gather. If we could find a large barrel or even broken pipes to redirect water into a holding tank, we'd have a more stable supply. That might mean exploring the deeper parts of the city. Some say there's an old warehouse with barrels, but it's guarded by suspicious folks. Maybe we can trade with them. Offer a share of future produce for a barrel. It's all negotiations now, a careful dance of trust. The day fades, the sky turning orange. I walk back to the station. Passing through a narrow street, I see someone teaching a child to read from an old book. The child's finger traces the letters slowly. Even now, we teach letters and words, because we believe tomorrow should be brighter. That sight warms my heart. Inside the station, I settle down near the microphone. My voice might reach a few dozen ears. If anyone hears me, remember we are planting seeds in the cracked soil, and they are growing. If we can do that, you can find your own ways to survive. Maybe form your own garden or find a skill that others need. Together, we might weave a new life out of this wreckage. I rest now, mind drifting with thoughts of green leaves and quiet friends working side by side. It rained a bit last night, not much, but enough to fill a few containers. We used that water this morning to gently water the plants. The sprouts look stronger, some leaves are larger, and starting to form tiny buds that might one day become something edible. The idea that we might actually eat something fresh from our own soil is like a dream come true. The teenage boy built his scarecrow. It's a ragged figure, wearing a torn shirt and a hat made from a bent tin can. It leans at a strange angle, but from a distance it looks human enough. Maybe birds will think twice before landing. Maybe it will also discourage any sneaky hands at night, though I doubt it fools people for long. Still, it shows we care, that this garden is watched. At the courtyard, a few new faces appeared. They brought whispers of another group who planted something in a park south of here. If that's true, maybe we can trade knowledge or seeds with them someday. I suggested we send a messenger, but not now. We should strengthen our own garden first, and maybe have something to offer before approaching others. No one trusts empty promises. One neighbor, who used to be a school teacher, suggested we start small lessons for children again. Not full classes, but simple gatherings to teach reading, counting, and basic survival knowledge like identifying safe plants or how to boil water. The courtyard could serve as a makeshift classroom sometimes. This is how we rebuild community, not just feeding bodies, but also minds. We decided to hold a simple lesson tomorrow afternoon. Anyone who wants to teach or learn can come. Even adults might learn something new. The teacher said we should also share stories, so we don't forget who we are. Stories might keep our spirits alive, passing lessons through generations if we must live like this for a long time. The scouting party that considered going out again decided to wait another week. We want to see how the garden does before taking more risks. If we manage a small harvest, we could have something to bargain with. Tools, barrels, seeds, people might give us these if we trade a portion of what we grow. But we must not give away too much. We must store seeds for the next planting. Plan ahead. Farming teaches patience and caution. A traveler passed by the station today, said he's moving on, looking for relatives in another city. He asked if we had anything to trade for a map he drew. It shows some parts of the city, marking where he found water or saw groups of people. It might be valuable. I offered him a small lesson on filtering water and a piece of cloth. He agreed. Now I have a rough map. We see that there's a riverbed not too far, mostly dry, but maybe after rain it holds pockets of water. Also, he marked a place where he saw old fruit trees, though he warned they were half dead and guarded by a group that demanded food as payment for even approaching. Information is power now, and we must handle it with care. Evening falls, and I think about tomorrow's lesson in the courtyard. Maybe I'll share what I know about basic radio signals, or how to guess the weather by looking at clouds. Small skills, but skills add up. If everyone shares one piece of knowledge, we become richer together. The night is quiet, except for a distant cough echoing in the streets. Someone might be ill. The clinic tries its best, but they lack proper medicine. We must find ways to keep people healthy. Clean water, enough to eat, some warmth when it gets cold. Without these, sickness spreads easily. Another reason to keep working on the garden and maybe try to find more resources. I'll rest now, holding on to the hope that tomorrow brings more green leaves, and maybe a small class where children and adults learn side by side. The lesson in the courtyard happened today, and it was more special than I expected. A handful of children came, wide-eyed and curious, along with a few adults who pretended they were just passing by, but stayed to listen. The teacher started by showing letters drawn on a piece of wood with charcoal. She helped the children sound them out, slow and careful. The adults, at first shy, ended up repeating the letters too. Then we talked about water safety. I explained how to boil water, filter it through cloth, and watch for signs of bad odors. A man who used to work in a warehouse shared a tip on storing dried beans so they last longer. The woman with herbs described a simple way to identify a common wild plant that can ease stomach pains when boiled. For a moment, we were not just survivors, we were a community of learners. No one forced anyone to come, no money changed hands, just knowledge passing from person to person. The children smiled, adults nodded, and I felt something warm deep inside, like a spark of a better future. After the lesson, we agreed to hold these small sessions every few days. They don't cost us anything but time, and time is what we have now. Teaching and learning keep our minds focused and remind us that we can grow in more ways than one. Back at the garden, more leaves have appeared. The first plot's beans might be forming tiny pods soon. We're so eager to see them bloom. We must be careful not to harvest too early. Let them mature, gather seeds for the next planting, and then share the produce. Patience is hard when hunger nags at us, but rushing could destroy what we're building. We talked about ways to protect the garden at night. The teenage boy watches, but maybe we need more eyes. A quiet neighbor volunteered for some evening shifts. She said she finds it hard to sleep anyway. We can rotate turns, so no one gets too exhausted. A pair of watchful eyes is better than one. The seed keeper hasn't returned since giving us the second batch of seeds. Maybe she's watching from afar or busy helping others. I hope we can show her that we've honored her trust. If she sees that we're not wasting her gift, maybe she'll bring more seeds or advice in the future. But we must stand on our own too, not rely on her forever. A small group from the courtyard whispered that they might try to form a traveling circle, visiting nearby areas to see if other communities are forming gardens. If we find others, we could exchange seeds to increase variety. But that might be risky. Strangers might not welcome us. We decided to wait until we have something real to offer, like extra seeds or dried herbs. Goodwill alone might not convince wary survivors. The nights are getting cooler. We must think about warmth. We have some blankets shared among a few people. If we find old curtains or rugs, we can stitch them together. Candle wax, animal fat, or even old batteries can provide some light. We must prepare for harder times, not just hope the weather stays mild. I passed by the clinic again. They managed to collect a few bottles from someone who once worked in a bar, now empty, of course. They plan to boil water and store it in these bottles, keeping it sealed as best they can for patients. A small improvement, but each one counts. Today, a child asked me if we will ever have big farms again, like the ones they saw on screens before everything fell apart. I said maybe not soon, but small steps can lead to bigger ones. If we manage these gardens well, grow enough to feed ourselves, then maybe someday larger farms could rise. The child didn't seem fully convinced, but at least it's a possibility we can hold on to. Evening again. I watch the horizon, thinking of a world slowly healing. Maybe we will never get back what we had, but maybe we can build something more human and grounded. I'll sleep now, hoping tomorrow's sprouts are taller and the courtyard lessons continue. Today, a light breeze carried the scent of something sweet. I followed my nose and found a spot near a broken fence where wildflowers bloomed. Flowers, simple, small, purple petals. I hadn't noticed them before. Nature creeps back where we least expect it. I picked one flower and brought it to the garden, placing it near the fence as a tiny decoration. We must remember beauty, too. The sprouts are indeed taller. Some have small buds that might become pods or leaves we can eat. The bean planter says we must wait until the pods swell. Another says we should save some pods on the vine until they dry, to secure seeds for the next planting. Every decision is crucial. Harvest too soon, we gain a quick meal, but lose future crops. Harvest too late, maybe they rot. We learn by doing, guided by whispers of old memories or bits of knowledge found in half-burned library pages. At the courtyard lesson, we focused on simple math today. Counting what we have, how many seeds, how many nails, how many jars of water. Math helps us plan. A few children struggled, but we showed them using pebbles. Adults too joined in, laughing at themselves as they remembered old lessons. We taught how to measure roughly by comparing objects. Without fancy tools, we use what we have. Steps to measure distance, fingers to measure small lengths. Someone brought a handful of dried grass and said, if we braid it tightly, it can become string. String can tie plants to stakes, or bind broken handles. We tried braiding, fumbling at first, but after a few tries we made short lengths of string. Another small skill learned. Now we have a way to secure things without nails. The teenage boy reported that the scarecrow seemed to startle a few birds. He saw them land, then fly off. Good. We must protect every leaf. He also noticed a stranger watching from afar last night, but they did not approach. Maybe just a curious wanderer. We must remain cautious. We are thinking about how to gather enough resources to expand. If we grow more food, we need more water, more compost, more watchful eyes. Growth brings complexity, but maybe small and stable is better than rushing to expand too fast. Let's perfect what we have before taking bigger steps. A woman at the courtyard said she found a few potatoes hidden in the dirt behind an abandoned house. They are small and wrinkled, but if we can plant pieces of them, they might sprout into new potato plants. She offered them to the garden effort if we help her build a small raised bed. Potatoes could be a game changer, something more filling than leaves and beans. We eagerly accepted. We'll try to build a small raised bed with the wood we have. If we manage, we'll carefully plant the potato chunks and see if they grow. The clinic sent word that someone came in with a bad cut. They managed to clean it and wrap it, but worry about infection. If we had some basic antiseptic, it would help. We must keep an eye out for any old medical supplies. Even a drop of something clean can prevent a life-threatening problem now. Afternoon sun casts long shadows. I rest by the station door, sipping boiled water, thinking how each day we survive is a gift. We don't have wealth, but we have each other. We don't have fancy medicine, but we have care and caution. We don't have supermarkets, but we have seeds and soil. I'll sleep soon, dreaming of potato sprouts and braided grass strings. Another day closer to a modest harvest. We started building the raised bed for the potatoes. We used some wood planks, filled it with a mix of soil, ashes, and whatever organic matter we could find. It's not perfect, but might be enough. The woman who found the potatoes cut them into small pieces, each with at least one tiny eye that can sprout. We placed them in the soil, covered them gently, and whispered small hopes. Potatoes could give us something more substantial, if all goes well. The garden now has 3 sections, the first with beans and greens, the second with other seeds, and a small raised bed for potatoes. It looks humble, but it's ours. We know every step it took to build it, every plank hammered, every handful of soil carried. When we finally eat something from it, that taste will be richer than any feast we had in the old world. At the courtyard lesson, we asked if anyone knew how to preserve food once we have more than we can eat fresh. One man said we can sun-dry thin slices of vegetables on a clean surface. Another suggested pickling with salty water if we can find enough salt. Salt is rare, but maybe we can trade for it. Without refrigeration, drying might be our best bet. We decided to try drying leaves once we have enough. Dried leaves can be boiled into soups later. Someone mentioned they saw a cluster of wild bees near a collapsed building. If bees are around, maybe one day we can get honey. But that's risky. Bees can sting, and we have no protection. Still, just knowing they exist means nature lives on, offering sweet gifts if we dare to approach. Maybe in the future, when we're more stable, we can think about beehives. For now, it's just a pleasant thought. The teenage boy came with a small handful of broken glass pieces. He said if we placed them around the garden's perimeter in a careful pattern, it might deter animals or sneaky thieves. But we must be careful not to step on them ourselves. We decided not to do that yet. It feels too dangerous. Maybe we'll find a safer way to deter intruders. The scarecrow leans awkwardly after a gust of wind last night. We laughed about it and straightened it again. Humor keeps us sane. In the old world, we had endless entertainment. Now we find humor in a crooked scarecrow. The clinic sent a runner saying they managed to treat the cut without infection, just by keeping it clean and changing bandages often. This is good news. A small victory over a tiny wound means a life saved. If that person recovers well, maybe they can return the favor by helping gather materials or teaching a skill. Every healed neighbor is a potential ally. We think about how to store seeds for next season. If we get a harvest, we must save some seeds in a cool, dry place. Maybe glass jars or clay pots if we find them. Without seeds, we can't plant next time. We must break the cycle of hunger by planning seasons ahead. Farming is about future-mindedness. Evening light softens the broken cityscape. I walk slowly back to the station. The silence feels less hostile now that I know small pockets of life are thriving. The courtyard, the clinic, the garden. These are beacons in the gloom. I remember how at first I reported only despair. Now I report growth. I'll rest now with thoughts of potato sprouts dancing behind my eyelids. Another quiet day, but quiet is good. Quiet means no attacks, no disasters, just steady work. The bean pods on our first plot are starting to form. Tiny pods, small and green, dangling from the stems. We must wait until they swell before picking them. If we pick too soon, we get less nourishment. If we wait, we might get plumper beans. Patience. Patience. The courtyard lesson focused on simple first aid today. The clinic volunteers explained how to clean a wound with boiled water, how to press gently to stop bleeding. We practiced tying cloth strips as bandages. If we all know these basics, small injuries won't turn deadly so easily. A neighbor said he found a small bag of something that smells like old flour. He's not sure if it's safe to eat. It might be spoiled or full of bugs. We suggested sifting it through cloth, checking carefully for any signs of mold. If safe, maybe we can make a watery paste and boil it. Even if tasteless, it's calories. If unsafe, we must toss it. No point risking sickness. We discussed the idea of forming a stable trade system. Right now, we trade by chance encounters. If we set a time and place where people know they can come to trade items or skills, we might rebuild a tiny market. The courtyard could serve this purpose one day a week. We must set rules. No violence, no cheating. If anyone breaks those rules, we all stand against them. Law by agreement, because we have no police, no courts. We decided to try a small trade gathering in a few days. We'll announce it quietly, invite only those we trust at first. Maybe someone has salt, another has seeds, another can repair a broken tool. A peaceful exchange might help us all thrive. The teenage boy's scarecrow still stands watch. He checks it daily, adjusting the hat or straightening the shirt. He takes pride in it, and I think that's important. Pride in small achievements keeps us going. At the clinic, they managed to find a small tin of salve that might help soothe rashes. Someone traded it to them for a few dried leaves of a medicinal plant. Good news spreads slowly. If you need minor medical help, you can approach the clinic and trade something. No money, just barter. Fair and human. The seed keeper remains unseen, but I think of her often. Her seeds sparked this entire renewal of hope. We must ensure her trust was not misplaced. If she ever returns, I'll show her the bean pods and the potato bed. We're not failing her gift. We're building on it. As the sun lowers, I check the station's equipment. Still running on scavenged batteries and hand crank power. The microphone crackles but works. I speak into it, hoping someone out there hears my words. We are building a small world out of scraps. You can too. Find partners, share skills, plant something. Even a single bean seed in a can of dirt can remind you that life still grows. I rest now, imagining a small trade gathering soon, where neighbors greet each other with smiles, instead of suspicion. We decided the trade gathering will happen in 2 days at midday in the courtyard. We told a few trusted neighbors. They nodded, interested. This will test if we can manage peaceful exchange without old money or formal rules, just trust and common sense. At the garden, we see more pods forming. The greens from the second plot are showing distinct leaves that might be edible soon. The potato bed is silent underground, but we trust the roots are growing, forming small tubers. This kind of trust in nature feels strange after so much chaos. But nature wants to live, and we must help it along. We held a lesson on simple rope making today. Using strips of cloth, grass, and thin vines, we twisted them together into rope. Rope can lift heavy objects, tie fences, secure shelters. A basic skill we never needed before, now precious. A traveler passed by and said he heard rumors of a larger group forming in an old stadium to the west. They say those people are trying to organize bigger farms. But they also say they guard their territory fiercely. Should we try to contact them someday? Maybe, if we have enough to trade. But not now. We must grow stronger first. The clinic reported a few cases of mild fever. They suspect dirty water or lack of proper shelter. If we can improve hygiene, maybe these fevers will pass. We told everyone at the courtyard, boil your water, try to keep yourself clean, even if it's hard. No soap? Rub hands with ash and rinse. Any small measure helps. We think about how to store our first harvest. If we get beans, we can eat some fresh, dry some, and save some as seeds. If we dry beans well, they can last for months. Beans might become our currency, traded for tools or salt. But we must not lose focus. Seeds first, then trade the surplus. Survival before comfort. The teenage boy says he saw a rat near the garden at night. Rats eat seeds and crops. We must find a way to keep them away. Maybe set simple traps or block their hiding spots. We must protect our harvest. We tried placing some mint leaves around. Sometimes strong smells discourage pests. We have no poison, and maybe that's good. Poison could harm more than just rats. As evening comes, I picture the upcoming trade gathering. Maybe someone will bring a handful of salt in exchange for a few beans. Maybe another will bring scrap metal to trade for dried leaves. It might be awkward at first, but if it works, we take another step toward stability. I rest now, feeling a small spark of hope that soon we won't just survive day to day, but start planning weeks ahead. Tomorrow is the trade gathering. We prepared a small sign at the courtyard. Trade fair, share what you can, no harm allowed. Simple words, but we must trust people to respect them. We'll have a few watchers, not armed with much, just sticks or tools to discourage violence. At the garden, bean pods swell nicely. We think in a few more days we might pick the first pods. If we get enough beans, we can taste them fresh and also save seeds. A big moment for us. The greens in the second plot are large enough that we might snip a few leaves to eat, just a few to test their taste and keep the plants alive. The potato bed shows tiny green shoots at last, small leaves poking above the soil. Potatoes are a longer investment, but seeing those leaves confirms they're growing. In time, they might give us solid food. We celebrate each new leaf as if it were gold. The lessons at the courtyard continue. Today we showed how to patch a torn shirt with scrap fabric. Clothes wear out fast now. By learning to mend them, we stay warm without needing new cloth. Someone else taught how to make a simple wooden spoon by carving a piece of wood. It's rough, but functional. Every skill reduces our reliance on non-existent shops. We consider building a small shelter near the garden to store tools. Right now, we carry tools back and forth. A tiny lean-to structure could keep them dry and safe, but it might attract thieves, unless we lock it or keep watch. Maybe a simple hidden spot under debris. We must balance convenience and security. The clinic says fewer fevers now. Maybe people listened and boiled their water more carefully. Good habits save lives. Without a working medical system, prevention is our best medicine. The clinic volunteers learn as they go, trying herbs and washes. They say if we ever find wild garlic or onion, they can use it to flavor broth and maybe help with minor ailments. Another reason to expand our gardening into more crops someday. Evening falls, and I think about tomorrow's trade gathering. Will it be peaceful? Will people respect the rules? we must show fairness. If a dispute arises, we talk it out. If someone tries to grab something by force, we all stand together against that. If it goes well, we might have a regular trading day, rebuilding a tiny economy of trust. I speak into the microphone. If you're listening and you're near us, know that tomorrow at midday the courtyard hosts a trade. Bring something to trade, a skill or a small item. No money, no bullying, just quiet exchange. Maybe no one out there hears me, but if they do, we welcome honest folk. I rest now, hoping tomorrow sets another milestone in our journey. Trade gathering day. We arrived early at the courtyard, placed a few planks as makeshift stalls. Just old boards on crates, but it gives a sense of place. About a dozen people came, each holding something. A small bag of salt, a handful of dried berries, a broken knife hoping someone can fix it, scraps of fabric, a piece of soap the size of a fingernail, a homemade candle, and even a tiny jar of what might be honey. My heart leapt at that sight. Honey. We stood around awkwardly at first. Then one woman said, "I have salt, who needs a pinch for a few beans?" The bean planter offered a few beans from last season's secret stash. He had saved a handful from before everything fell. They traded a pinch of salt for a few beans. Smiles appeared. A man with dried berries wanted a scrap of cloth to filter his water. Another offered cloth in exchange for a small handful of berries. They nodded, exchanged items, tasted a berry, grinned. One by one, trades happened. No shouting, no fights, just murmured deals. I offered to teach the water filtering method to anyone who gave me a tiny spoonful of honey. The honey owner agreed. I licked that honey slowly, sweetness exploding on my tongue. I hadn't tasted something so good in ages. In return, I explained the charcoal and cloth technique in detail. Fair deal. The teenage boy traded a bit of rope he braided for a small sliver of soap. Now he can wash his hands better. The older man sharpened someone's dull blade with his stone and got a few dried leaves for tea. Another woman mended a torn cloth bag in exchange for 2 nails. In an hour or two, everyone had made a few trades, learned a few names. No one tried to cheat or steal. We ended the gathering with nods and quiet thanks, agreeing to do this again next week. This is how a community market is born. We walked away feeling richer, not in money, but in trust and useful items. Back at the garden, we marveled at what we had accomplished. A peaceful trade, knowledge shared, no violence. If we can maintain this spirit, we might rebuild something resembling a small society. The beans sway in a gentle breeze, pods growing fuller. Soon, harvest day. We must handle it carefully. Pick some pods at peak time, save the best seeds for planting, and eat or trade the rest. The cycle continues. At the clinic, they heard about the trade gathering and asked if next time they can request bandages in exchange for herbal advice. Of course, that's the point. Everyone helps each other survive. As night falls, I lie down, honey taste still lingering in my memory, and think. We turned a crumbling city corner into a place of exchange and learning. If we can do it, maybe others can too. Maybe one day these small markets connect, forming a network of trust across the city. One step at a time, leaf by leaf, trade by trade, we move forward. It has been a few days since our first peaceful trade gathering. The feeling of success still lingers in the air. People talk quietly about what they traded, what they learned. A few neighbors tried using the cloth filters and charcoal methods to clean water. Others tested braiding rope or patching clothes. The small seeds of skills we shared are already sprouting, much like our garden. At the garden, the bean pods are nearly ready. We stand around them, eyes shining. Soon, we'll harvest carefully. We must save the best pods to dry and keep as seeds. This ensures a future crop. The rest, we can eat or trade. We also have some greens ready to pick. The potato leaves grew taller, though it will be a while before we can dig up the tubers. Farming teaches patience, like nothing else. Each day we resist the urge to rush, knowing that waiting brings greater rewards. We decided to hold another courtyard lesson later today. This time, we'll discuss how to plan ahead for changing weather. We must think about how to shield our garden from heavy rain or strong winds if they come. Maybe we can build simple windbreaks with planks or hang cloth to reduce harsh sunlight. We talk about crop rotation, though we have few crops now. Still, learning about these methods might help us later. Maybe we'll try planting something else next time, like a hardy root crop that can survive cooler days. At the clinic, they report that the bandages they received from trades are helping. They can keep wounds clean more easily. They also learned from someone how to steep certain leaves to make a mild antiseptic wash. If we keep improving these small things, illness might harm us less. Survival improves step by step. The teenage boy who made the scarecrow now talks about trying to set a simple snare for rats, not to harm them if possible, but to catch them and release them far away from the garden. We're not sure if this will work, but we appreciate his creative thinking. He cares about the garden deeply, proud of his scarecrow and protective of each leaf. That pride might be what keeps him going in this harsh world. A traveler arrived this morning and said they heard rumors of other small markets forming in different parts of the city. Maybe our example inspired others, or maybe it was just a natural outcome as people realized cooperation works better than conflict. Either way, it suggests that we're not alone in trying to rebuild a gentle order. At midday, we hold the lesson. About 12 people gather, a mix of adults and children. We show them how to look at the sky for signs of rain. If clouds are thick and gray, gather containers for rainwater. If winds pick up, secure the garden fence, tie down loose objects. Some older folks share old memories of how their grandparents protected small home gardens. We pass on these stories, making old wisdom new again. Someone mentions that if we could find large plastic sheets, we could create a small greenhouse to extend our growing season. We don't know where to find such sheets, but we keep the idea in mind. Another talks about making compost from old leaves and scraps, so the soil stays rich. We already have a small compost pile, but we must feed it more organic matter to get real results. Farming is not just planting seeds, it's nurturing the soil itself. After the lesson, a few stay behind to ask questions. One young girl wants to know if we can grow fruit someday. Fruit trees take years, I say, but maybe we can find wild berries or plant small berry bushes that give fruit next year. She smiles, imagining sweet berries. Children dreaming of fruit feels like a sign that we're reclaiming normal hopes. Back at the station, I spin the hand crank to power the microphone and speak softly. The garden grows, the people learn, the trades bring small comforts. If anyone out there feels lost, know that we started with nothing but despair and now have sprouts of hope. You can do the same. Start small, share what you have, learn from others. Maybe one day we can reconnect these small islands of hope into a bigger community. Evening comes with a gentle breeze. I close my eyes, picturing bean pods and potato leaves waving under a twilight sky. Today is harvest day for the beans. We approach the garden with careful steps, examining the pods. They feel firm and plump. The bean planter shows us which pods look mature enough. We leave a few to dry on the vine. These will be our future seeds. The rest we pick gently, placing them in a cloth bag. It's a modest harvest, just a handful of pods, but it's real food grown by our own efforts. We shell a few beans right there. Green, tender beans tumble into our hands. We taste one raw, fresh, crisp, slightly sweet. After so long surviving on scraps and dried old foods, this burst of freshness is a miracle. We smile at each other, tears in some eyes. We did this. We made life grow in ruins. We won't eat them all at once. We'll share a small portion among the garden helpers, trade a few at the next gathering for salt or soap, and save some seeds for the next planting. Balance is key. This harvest is not just a meal, it's an investment in tomorrow. We also pick a few leaves from the greens, just enough to add flavor to a thin soup. We plan to boil them with a pinch of salt if we can get some. Even a tiny sprinkle of salt on fresh beans would taste heavenly. At the courtyard, we show the beans to others. They gasp softly, admiring the green jewels. A young boy asks if he can hold one. He turns it over in his hand as if it's a rare treasure. We promise that at the next lesson, we'll cook a small pot of bean soup for everyone to taste, as a symbol of what we can achieve by working together. The potato bed remains a long-term project. The leaves grow taller, but we must wait many weeks before we attempt to harvest them from the soil. Still, the beans show that patience pays off. Our trust in the soil was rewarded. A traveler comes by and sees our beans. He offers a tiny piece of dried meat in exchange for a handful of fresh beans, protein for protein, but in different forms. We consider carefully. Dried meat can last longer and might give us strength. Fresh beans are precious now, but we'll have more in the future if we save seeds. After some talk, we agree to trade a small portion, not all. The traveler thanks us, chewing on a bean with delight. We taste the dried meat, a chewy, salty bite that feels like a feast. We realize that as we produce fresh food, our bargaining power grows. We must use it wisely, never hoarding or cheating, but trading fairly. If people know we treat them fairly, they'll respect our garden and might protect it if trouble arises. At the clinic, we present a few fresh beans as a gift. They care for our sick neighbors, so giving them a small treat feels right. They might feed a patient who needs strength. They thank us, smiling softly. In return, they offer to show us how to dry certain leaves to make a mild, healing tea. Knowledge for food. Fair trade. As evening falls, we hold a small ceremony at the garden fence. Just a quiet moment of thanks. No grand speeches, just nods and gentle smiles. We acknowledge the soil, the seeds, the rain, the quiet cooperation that made this harvest possible. Humans, working together, can still grow and thrive. I return to the station and speak into the microphone. Today, we ate something we grew ourselves. If we can do that, anyone can. Look for seeds, look for soil, find allies, share what you learn. Slowly, we reclaim life. After the bean harvest, we feel more confident. The next step is to replant some seeds to ensure a continuous cycle. We take the dried pods we set aside, shelling them carefully. Each bean seed is a promise. We store them in a small jar donated by a neighbor, a glass jar to keep them dry and safe until the next planting time. We discuss crop rotation even though we have few crops. Perhaps next time we'll try planting beans in another spot and grow greens where the beans were. This can keep the soil healthy. Without chemical aids, we rely on natural methods, changing where we plant, adding compost, watching the soil texture. It's a learning process. Some older neighbors recall tips from old gardening books. Every scrap of memory is precious. The courtyard lessons continue. Today we focus on basic shelter maintenance. How to fix a leaky roof with scraps of wood. How to insulate a corner of a room with layers of cloth or dried leaves. Winter might come eventually, and we must be ready. Even if we have a stable food supply, if we freeze at night, we suffer. A balanced approach. We improve food supply, water safety, and shelter at the same time. We've heard more rumors of other groups planting small gardens. Some say a cluster of survivors near the old railway tracks managed to find pumpkin seeds. Pumpkins could give us hearty meals and more seeds. If we find them, we might trade beans for pumpkin seeds. Imagine having both beans and pumpkins. Soup, roasted pumpkin slices, maybe even pumpkin seeds roasted for a snack. The thought makes our mouths water. At the clinic, a small success. A patient with a mild infection improved after drinking herbal tea and keeping the wound clean. Without antibiotics, we do what we can, and it worked this time. We celebrate these tiny victories because every life saved is another pair of hands to build our future. The teenage boy tried making a simple rat snare. He set it up last night. This morning, he found it triggered, but no rat inside. Maybe the rat escaped. We must refine our traps. Rats can nibble at stored seeds and ruin everything. We must protect our seeds like treasure. If we lose them, we return to nothing. We consider building a small locked chest for seeds. Maybe we can use a sturdy box and a makeshift lock. Not to keep out our honest neighbors, but to discourage anyone tempted by desperation. Trust, but prepare for mischief. That's the balance. As evening falls, I watch people gather at the courtyard, chatting softly. They share small items, help each other fix tools, or exchange a joke. Laughter returns bit by bit. We are no longer silent ghosts wandering empty streets. We are neighbors, co-workers in the field of survival. I speak into the microphone. We are learning that life is not just about eating or hiding. It's about building something worth waking up for. Gardens, lessons, trades, they give us purpose. If you can hear me, find a purpose. Plant seeds, teach a skill, form a fair trade. That's how we rebuild. Today we try something new. Drying some of our fresh greens. We lay a few leaves on a clean, flat surface in a spot that gets sunlight. We turn them occasionally, hoping they dry without rotting. If we can dry greens, we have a backup food source for lean days. Dried leaves can be boiled into a broth, adding vitamins when fresh greens aren't available. We also consider experimenting with simple irrigation. We have no pumps, but if we dig a small trench around the garden plots, we can guide rainwater toward the roots of our plants. We also talked about placing clay or cloth containers buried near the roots that slowly release water. We lack many materials, but maybe we can improvise with plastic bottles. Slowly, we upgrade our methods as ideas come to us. At the courtyard lesson, a man who once worked as a handyman shows us how to tie secure knots with rope or cloth strips. Secure knots help build shelters, hang containers, and even create makeshift pulleys. This is another skill we took for granted before. Now every knot matters. A traveler passes through saying he met another group that has onions growing in a rooftop garden. Onions. They add flavor, and their leaves can be eaten too. If we could get onion seeds or small bulbs, we could improve our meals. The traveler says those onion growers are friendly but cautious. Maybe we'll find a way to meet them. Trading a bit of dried beans for onion bulbs could give us another crop. Diversifying crops is like diversifying hope. The clinic managed to trade some dried leaves for a tiny piece of cloth soaked in something antiseptic. They are cutting it into small strips to treat wounds. We are becoming skilled at making do with tiny supplies. If we had larger scale production, think how much easier it would be. But for now, we celebrate these small measures. The teenage boy is frustrated with the rat trap. He says we must think differently. Maybe we can store seeds hanging from a ceiling in a sealed container. Rats can't climb smooth surfaces easily. We decide to look for a metal tin with a lid. If we hang it, rats might not reach it. Problem solving is constant in this new life. Evening falls, and we gather at the garden to admire our work. The bean plants still have some pods left to mature. The greens are stable. The potatoes grow underground, silent and promising. We dream of adding more crops, maybe carrots if we find seeds. Carrots could grow in loose soil, giving us sweet roots. We add it to our wish list. I speak again into the microphone. We learn by trial and error. Each day, we solve small problems and build a better world. If anyone hears this, remember that you don't need perfection to start. Plant one seed, fix one tool, teach one lesson. Over time, small acts add up. Today we check our dried leaves experiment. The leaves curled and hardened under the sun, but they aren't moldy. If we crumble them, they might store well in a sealed container. Later we can boil them into tea or add them to a thin soup. It's not gourmet food, but it's a step towards preserving our harvest. We decide to try drying a few beans too, just in case. If dried properly, beans can last a long time. We must be careful not to let them get damp, or they'll spoil. We place a few beans on a cloth in the sun, cover them at night to keep moisture away, and hope they dry evenly. At the courtyard lesson, we talk about simple barter standards. How do we decide how many beans are worth a piece of cloth or a pinch of salt? Without money, we must rely on common sense and negotiation. If both sides feel the trade is fair, that's enough. Over time, maybe a rough standard emerges. A handful of beans for a certain service, a pinch of salt for a small piece of fabric. It's flexible, but can guide us. We stress honesty. If someone tries to cheat consistently, people will refuse to trade with them. Reputation matters. A traveler brings news that some distant communities are trying to gather seeds to start larger fields outside the city, hoping to feed more people. We wonder if one day we can link with them. If we build trust with nearby groups, maybe we can pool resources. But we must first ensure our own stability. The clinic reports fewer sick people this week. Maybe we're improving hygiene, or maybe luck is with us. Either way, good health means more energy to farm, trade, and learn. The cycle of health and food is connected. If we can keep everyone fed and safe, fewer fall ill. We try a new technique for water, placing a clean cloth over a container at night to catch dew. It's slow, yields little water, but every drop counts in dry times. If we combine many small methods, rain collection, dew cloths, careful water reuse, we might avoid severe thirst. The teenage boy decided to hang our seed jar in a corner of the station roof, sealed tight. He used a piece of rope and a pulley made from a bent metal scrap. Now seeds dangle out of reach of rats. We smile at his ingenuity. A simple solution, but effective. As evening comes, we talk about the future again. If we manage another successful trade gathering next week, maybe we can invite a few more neighbors. If the garden yields more beans in the next cycle, we could try planting more area. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Step by step, I speak into the microphone. We are learning to live with less, but achieve more. By sharing, by trusting, by working together, we produce food, we heal wounds, we teach children. This is the path forward. It rained last night, a soft drizzle that filled a few containers. We poured some into the garden's soil at dawn. The plants glisten with droplets, leaves refreshed. Rainwater is pure luck. We do what we can to store it. If we ever find large barrels or containers, we could store more and worry less about drought. We check the dried beans and leaves again. The beans are drying nicely, harder and less green. Soon we can store them long term. The dried leaves crumble easily, stored in a small jar. This gives us a tiny backup. If our next crops fail for some reason, we won't starve immediately. At the courtyard lesson, we focus on clothing again. A neighbor shows how to unravel old fabric strips and reweave them into a sturdy patch. Another shows how to scrape rust off a metal object using sand and a rag, making a dull knife a bit sharper. Every improvement helps us make the most of what we have. A traveler stops by, says he saw a group making candles from animal fat. Candles provide light without relying on batteries. If we ever find animal fat or beeswax, we can try that. For now, we use scraps of cloth dipped in oil or old batteries for dim light. But long-term, learning to make candles would help. We think about expanding our garden. If we find a nearby vacant lot with good soil, we could plant more. But that means more labor, more water, more guarding. Are we ready? Maybe not yet. Let's first secure what we have. In time, if our group grows, we can handle more land. Better to manage a small success than fail at something too large. The clinic announces they have a small stock of herbal wash now, enough to treat minor wounds for a week or two. Good. Maybe we can trade a few beans for more herbal knowledge. The clinic volunteers are wise in plant remedies. We can learn which wild plants ease pain or reduce fever. Health knowledge is as precious as seeds. The teenage boy suggests making a list of all items we have that are valuable. Seeds, tools, jars, cloth, charcoal, dried leaves, dried beans. Keeping track helps us plan. We start a rough inventory in a notebook someone found. Without electricity for computers, pen and paper become vital tools again. We write carefully, noting where we store each item and how much we have. Organized thinking might give us an edge. As evening falls, we taste a tiny soup made from a few fresh beans, greens, and a pinch of salt we traded. The taste is simple, but nourishing. This is our victory. Real food from our soil and honest trades. We feel proud and strong. I speak into the microphone. Remember that small steps add up. Today's small soup was once just a seed and a hope. Don't give up. Plant, learn, share. Over time, despair fades and life returns. Another day of quiet work. The garden thrives under our care. The beans we left to dry on the vine are nearly ready to store as seeds for the next planting. We plan to rotate some crops if we can get more seed varieties. Diversifying crops reduces the risk that one failure leaves us hungry. At the courtyard lesson, we talk about long-term survival. Someone says we must consider protecting ourselves from thieves or gangs that might form as resources remain scarce. We don't want violence, but we must be ready to defend what we have. We discuss simple deterrence, keeping areas well watched, building strong community ties so that no one is isolated. If a threat comes, we stand together. Our strength is in unity, not weapons. A traveler mentions that a group in another part of the city found a broken solar panel and tried to fix it. If they succeed, they might get a little electricity for a radio or a small light. Electricity would be a luxury now, but who knows what we can achieve in time. For now, hand-cranked power and candles must do. We consider building a small root cellar to store dried beans and leaves at a stable temperature. Without refrigeration, a cool, dry pit in the ground might preserve food longer. We must find a suitable spot and ensure it won't flood if it rains hard. Another project to think about. The clinic reports that a patient with a persistent cough got better after drinking a tea recommended by the herb woman. We are rediscovering natural cures once lost in old books and forgotten knowledge. This rediscovery connects us with older generations who lived closer to the land. The teenage boy proudly shows his updated seed storage system, the jar tied to a rope raised high under the station roof, safe from rats. We add to it the dried beans we've been preparing. Each bean in that jar is a future plant, a future meal, a future trade. Seeds are true wealth now. In the evening, we watch a quiet exchange between two neighbors. One has a small piece of soap, the other has a broken spoon. After a few minutes of gentle talk, they agree that the one with soap will wash some cloth for the other, and the other will carve a wooden handle for a spoon. No items change hands, just services traded. Trust and fairness once again. I speak into the microphone. We learn that survival is more than staying alive. It's about building a life worth living. Each act of fairness, each seed planted, each lesson shared brings us closer to that. Don't let fear hold you. Try something small and kind. Today, we remove the dried bean pods and shell them. The seeds inside are firm and hard, perfect for storing and replanting. We place them in the jar with care. This jar now represents independence. With it, we can plant again and again, not relying on scavenging forever. We talk about trying new crops. Someone found a few stray seeds in an old packet. The label is long faded, but we guess they might be some kind of herb. We decide to test them in a small pot, just to see what sprouts. Experimentation might yield surprises. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss trading with distant groups. Should we try sending someone to talk with the onion growers or the pumpkin rumor we heard about? We must be cautious. Without knowing their intentions, we risk walking into danger. But what if they are friendly like us, wanting to share and learn? Maybe we can send a messenger with a small gift of dried beans and a note of goodwill. If we had paper and could write a simple message, we might invite them to trade. We look through old boxes in the station and find a few scraps of paper and a pencil. Writing a note. Greetings, we are a small group, growing beans and greens. We offer fair trade and knowledge exchange. We wish to meet peacefully. We must deliver this carefully. Maybe a traveler can carry it. If they never return, we lose nothing but a scrap of paper. If they return with good news, we gain allies. The clinic tries a new mix of herbs for a patient with joint pain. No miracles, but the patient says the ache eased a little. Small improvements matter. We think about building a simple rack to store our dried foods and tools. Organization reduces waste. If we know where each item is, we won't lose or spoil them. A neat corner in the station can serve as our storage area, labeled with charcoal marks. If we find more jars, we can keep different seeds separated. Beans in one, greens in another, mystery herbs in a third. The teenage boy experiments with different knots to tie the rope better. Each refinement makes our storage safer. He's proud of his skill, contributing something vital to the community. Everyone finds their niche. Some grow food, some heal, some teach, some secure our seeds. All roles matter. As evening falls, we share a small meal again. A few beans, some greens, a hint of salt. Simple, but it tastes better every time because we know it's ours. We earned it by careful work, not blind luck. I speak into the microphone. Today, we stored seeds for a better tomorrow. Each seed is a spark of hope. If you listen, think about what seeds of hope you can plant, literally or figuratively. We must believe in tomorrow. Another quiet dawn. The air feels slightly cooler today. We must remember that seasons will change eventually. We've been living day to day, but nature's cycle continues. If cooler days come, how will our crops fare? Some plants like warmth and sun, others manage in cooler weather. We must pay attention and maybe consider crops that can handle a range of conditions. We check the garden. The beans are stored as seeds. Greens still produce leaves if we pick them gently. and potatoes grow unseen beneath the soil. We wonder when to dig them up. The potato leaves look healthy, so we'll wait. Patience again. No sense in rushing. We planted those mystery seeds in a small pot near the station window. After a few days of watering with a spoonful of water, tiny sprouts appear. They have slender stems and small oval leaves. Could they be herbs or a type of leafy plant? We'll let them grow and see. Curiosity might reward us with a new crop. At the courtyard lesson, we focus on basic sanitation today. Even without modern systems, we can keep our living areas cleaner by burying waste, filtering water, and not leaving scraps out to attract pests. A cleaner environment reduces sickness. People listen carefully. Everyone wants fewer fevers, fewer infections. We share a few tips. Boil cloth to disinfect. Use ash as a scrubbing agent. Let sunlight dry fabrics to kill germs. Without stores of medicine, prevention is our best friend. A traveler passes through saying he met a group near the old supermarket who managed to salvage some grain seeds, maybe wheat or barley. If they succeed in growing them, they could make flour. Flour could mean bread someday. Imagine bread again. Even a flat, rough bread would be a luxury. If we can find a way to connect with them, maybe we can trade some of our beans or greens for a handful of grain seeds. But we must be careful. Approach them with trust but caution. The clinic shares that they learned a new way to keep water cleaner for their herbal washes. They cover the containers with cloth and place them in a shady spot to prevent algae. Small tricks that keep resources usable longer. The teenage boy watches the garden at dusk and notices fewer rats now that we stored seeds overhead. He also spotted a cat roaming nearby. Cats might help keep rats in check. If we can befriend that cat, maybe it will help guard our storage. Animals returning to our lives could restore some balance. We think about building a small notice board at the courtyard. If someone has news, needs help, or wants to offer a service, they can leave a note. We have limited paper, but maybe we can reuse scraps. Even chalk on a piece of wood could work. Communication helps organize efforts. Instead of wandering around asking questions, one can check the board for updates, a simple information hub. As evening falls, we boil a few leaves and beans into a thin soup. The taste is mild but comforting. We eat slowly, grateful that we control our food supply now. No more endless scavenging with empty hands. I speak into the microphone. Each day we add something, a skill, a method, a new crop. Over time, these tiny additions form a strong base. If you can hear me, start small. Improve one corner of your life. That's how we climb out of darkness. The mystery sprouts in the pot grow faster than expected. Their leaves broaden, giving off a faint scent when rubbed. We guess they might be some herb, maybe basil or something similar that could add flavor. We won't know until they mature more. If it's a flavorful herb, it could change our meals drastically. A pinch of fresh herb can turn plain beans into a dish that lifts the spirit. We talk about flavor now, which is a sign we're moving beyond mere survival. Before, any edible thing was a blessing. Now we think about taste. This means we feel safer with our basic needs. Still humble, but a step forward. At the courtyard, a few people brought items they wished to trade next market day. A man found some old nails and cleaned the rust off. Another has a small piece of wax and a bit of thread, hoping someone can turn it into a candle. A woman managed to scrape together a tiny pile of salt from an old container. Salt still feels like gold. We all want a pinch to bring out flavor in our greens or beans. Perhaps we can offer dried beans in return, trading flavor for flavor, salt for beans. We share a lesson on how to store seeds properly. Keep them dry, away from sunlight, sealed in a jar or wrapped in cloth to prevent moisture. With careful storage, seeds last until the next planting. If we manage multiple planting cycles, we become truly independent. A traveler mentions that some folks tried fishing in a nearby stream. The water is low and fish are small, but they caught a few tiny ones. Fish could add protein to our diet. If we knew how to fish or had fishing lines and hooks, we might try it ourselves. Another project to consider. For now, we have no hooks, no nets. But maybe we can carve a small hook from metal scraps and braid a fishing line from fine threads. If the stream is safe to reach, we might supplement our meals. The clinic announces a small breakthrough. They found a certain leaf that, when crushed and soaked in hot water, eases coughing. They tested it on someone who had a lingering cough. After a few cups of this brew, the cough lessened. Natural remedies slowly fill the gap left by lost medicines. The teenage boy watches the cat at dusk. He leaves a small bit of leftover bean near the fence, hoping to befriend the cat. The cat sniffs but remains wary. Maybe in time it will trust us. Having a cat around could keep pests at bay naturally, a tiny ally in our struggle. Evening comes, we taste our greens again. We notice their flavor depends on how old the leaves are. Younger leaves are tender, older leaves taste stronger. We learn to pick them at the right moment, like we did with beans. Farming is about timing. I speak into the microphone. We expand our horizons a little each day. Herbs, salt, maybe fish, maybe bread if we find grain. The future holds many ifs, but we have hope now, where once there was none. Today, we consider sending a traveler as a messenger to the onion growers or the grain seed finders. We must choose whom to approach first. Onions add flavor and vitamins. Grain could lead to bread. Both are valuable. The group decides to try the onion growers first, as we already have beans and greens. Adding onions could create a better diet now, while grain farming might be more complex. We write a second short note. We are growers of beans and greens, seeking peaceful trade. We offer seeds and knowledge. We hear you have onions. We wish to meet, share, and learn. We mean no harm. We fold the note, seal it in a piece of cloth. A traveler we trust says he'll carry it next time he heads in that direction. We give him a small sample of dried beans as a gift. If he finds them, he can present the beans and note. If not, he keeps traveling. At the courtyard lesson, we learn about simple carpentry. A man shows how to shape wood into a spoon or a small spatula. We have limited tools, but even a rough spoon helps with cooking and eating more comfortably. Another suggests making small wooden stakes to mark rows in the garden. Organization helps us remember where we planted what. A traveler reports that he passed by a ruined bookstore. Most books are destroyed, but a few pages survived. He found a page describing how to build a simple solar dryer using reflective surfaces. If we find shiny metal or glass, we could speed up drying of foods. Another idea to store for future attempts. The clinic mentions they might try to create a small herb garden of their own, focusing on medicinal plants. If we give them a corner of land near the garden, they could grow healing herbs. Then we'd have medicine close at hand. We think this is a fine idea. We'll mark a small plot and let them plant what they need. In return, they share their herbal knowledge freely with us. The teenage boy notes the cat came closer to the fence last night. If we keep leaving small scraps, maybe it will stay around. Having a cat patrol might help reduce pests, a small partnership with nature. We taste a leaf from the mystery herb sprouts. It's bitter now, maybe it needs more time. Or perhaps it's a medicinal herb, not a culinary one. We'll wait, let it grow leaves and maybe flowers. Identifying plants takes patience and careful testing. We don't want to rely on guesswork when it comes to what we eat. Safety first. As evening falls, we sort our seeds again. We have bean seeds, a few greens, and now a tiny stock of dried leaves and beans for trade. If the onion growers respond well, maybe soon we'll add onion seeds to our treasure. Then imagine soups with onions and beans, a richer flavor, more nutrition. I speak into the microphone. Step by step, we connect with others, share messages of peace and trade, learn new skills. If anyone hears, know that trust can be built. One note, one gift, one handshake at a time. Awaiting the traveler's return might take days. He must find the onion growers and convince them to talk. Meanwhile, we focus on improving what we have. The garden thrives, and the clinic prepares a small plot for medicinal herbs. We help them clear a patch of soil, add compost, and plant seeds they saved from wild herbs. If these herbs grow well, minor ailments might be easier to handle. At the courtyard lesson, someone asks about making simple footwear from scraps. Many shoes are falling apart. If we can craft sandals from cloth strips, leather scraps, or flexible bark, we protect our feet. A woman demonstrates how to braid strips of fabric into a sole, then stitch it to another layer for a makeshift sandal. Not elegant, but it might spare us cuts and blisters. A traveler reports that a group near the old city hall managed to fix a cart with wooden wheels. Now they can transport goods more easily. If we had a cart, we could carry larger loads of water or compost, maybe even go farther to find new seeds. But we lack materials. Still, the idea plants a seed in our minds. A cart could connect distant groups, form a trade route of sorts. The clinic tries planting a few healing herbs, chamomile-like flowers, leaves that reduce swelling, and a root that might help stomach pain. If these grow, we'll have a mini pharmacy at hand. Nature gives us what we need if we learn to use it correctly. The teenage boy reports that the cat ate the scraps he left, leaving paw prints in the dust. No sign of rats last night. Maybe the cat is on our side now. If so, we gained an ally without a single agreement, just mutual benefit. Nature's silent partnerships can be strong. We decide to test the dried leaves we stored. We boil a handful in hot water and taste the broth. It's bland but warm and filling. If we had onion, salt, or a bit of herb, it would be better. But even bland broth is something to fall back on when fresh food is low. Evening comes. We take inventory again. Seeds, dried beans, dried leaves, a few scraps of cloth, nails, and a small stock of salt we managed to trade. We're better off than weeks ago when we had nothing. Progress is slow, but real. Each item in our storage is a shield against hunger and hopelessness. I speak into the microphone. We've built routines now. Gardening, lessons, trading, storing. These routines give shape to our days, replace chaos with purpose. If you feel lost, create a routine, a task, a goal. Over time, it becomes a path forward. Today, we attempt something new. Building a small shelter near the garden to store tools. Just a lean-to with a roof of old boards and cloth. If tools stay dry, they last longer. We pick a spot not too visible from the street to avoid tempting thieves. With simple knots and stakes, we erect a frame. We lay cloth over it, weigh it down with stones. Not perfect, but it should keep rain off the tools. At the courtyard lesson, a few children show interest in helping. They bring small twigs, learn to tie knots, carry light items. Involving children ensures the next generation learns these skills. They won't grow up helpless. They will know how to plant, build, and trade. A traveler passes by with news. He saw smoke rising from a distant block, suggesting another group is cooking something big. Maybe they found a way to process foods in larger batches. He didn't dare approach without knowing who they were. We add it to our mental map. There's life and activity in many corners, each trying to survive their own way. The clinic waters their herb seeds. Tiny sprouts appear. They smile, hopeful that soon they'll have leaves to dry into medicinal teas. Health security is as vital as food security. Without health, we can't work, learn, or protect what we've built. The teenage boy reports that the cat approached closer. He tried to gently call it. The cat stared, then rubbed against a post. A sign of trust? Maybe soon it will keep watch voluntarily, drawn by scraps of food and a safe place to roam. Every ally helps, even a silent, furry one. We think about how to improve our trade gatherings. Maybe we can arrange items more neatly, so everyone sees what's available. Maybe we can set a simple rule. If you have something rare, announce it early so people can prepare fair trades. We want to avoid misunderstandings. The more transparent we are, the smoother the trades will go. In the evening, we taste another bean and leaf soup. Still basic, but we sprinkle a pinch of salt, and it transforms the flavor. A tiny pinch of salt for a world of difference. We realize how precious these small luxuries are. I speak into the microphone. Our world shrank and slowed down. But in this smaller world, each improvement is huge. A lean-to for tools, a pinch of salt, a cat guarding seeds. These tiny things mean stability. Focus on small wins, and over time they add up. Clouds gather today, might rain again. We prepare containers to catch water. If we get enough rain, maybe we can fill a larger container and have extra water for dry days. Water security remains a concern. Without pumps and pipes, we rely on rain, dew, and careful use. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss methods to improve soil. Compost is key. We have a small compost pile of leaves and scraps. If we find more organic waste, we can create richer soil. Rich soil means healthier plants and bigger yields. Someone suggests collecting fallen leaves from a nearby park. If we form a small team to gather leaves and return quickly, we could increase compost production. A traveler returns. He's the one we sent to find the onion growers. He says he found them and delivered our note and beans. They listened and said they'll consider meeting us. He didn't get a final answer, but they didn't reject the idea. This is not a full success, but not a failure either. We must wait and see if they send a messenger in return. At the clinic, the herb sprouts grow steadily. They hope to identify each herb as it matures. If some are pain relievers, fever reducers, or help digestion, we gain a medical safety net. The teenage boy says the cat visited again last night, ate scraps, and even purred softly. We laugh at how excited he is about befriending the cat. But it's a good sign. We create bonds not just with humans, but with all living things that help us survive. We try nibbling a leaf of the mystery herb sprouts again, this time slightly less bitter. Maybe it's a mild herb that needs cooking. We'll wait until the plant grows more. Patience, always. As evening comes, we enjoy a small treat. We traded a few dried beans for a tiny shard of honeycomb. Honey. Sweetness floods our mouths. We realize that building a stable life isn't just about not starving. It's about moments of joy, too. Sweetness in a harsh world reminds us we're human, with senses and pleasures. I speak into the microphone. We reach out to others, they consider. No quick answers, but hope. Keep reaching out. If you fail once, try again. In this new world, trust builds slowly, but it's worth it. Rain overnight filled our containers again. We have enough water to last a few days. This reduces stress. With reliable water, our garden thrives. We can even spare a bit of water for washing cloth. Clean cloth means fewer infections and better hygiene. At the courtyard lesson, we explore another skill, making simple wicks for oil lamps. If we find animal fat or old oil, we can use a wick made from twisted fibers and have light at night without burning precious wood. Light extends our working hours, lets us prepare better for the next day. A traveler reports seeing a small group carrying bundles of dried grass. Grass might be used to weave baskets or mats. Mats could help dry food or serve as bedding. If we can learn basket weaving, we could store items more easily. Another skill to add to our wish list. The clinic's herb garden shows tiny leaves unique to each herb. They label them with simple marks: a circle for fever herb, a line for cough herb, a star for pain herb, until they learn the real names. Symbols help us remember which is which. Writing everything down preserves knowledge we can pass on. The teenage boy attempted to place a small blanket near the garden for the cat. The cat sniffed and sat on it for a while. A comfortable cat might stay longer. Strange how building trust with an animal mirrors building trust with people. Time, patience, small gifts, no sudden moves. We check our seed jar. The beans are safe, dry, ready for next planting. We have a cycle now. Plant, harvest, save seeds, plant again. If we keep it up, we never run out. We break the chains of dependency. Evening approaches, we discuss sending another traveler in a few days if the onion growers don't respond. We'll try again. Show persistence and goodwill. Sometimes it takes more than one attempt to form alliances. I speak into the microphone. We learn the art of patience and gentle persistence. In a broken world, rushing leads to mistakes. Slow, steady steps build unshakable foundations. Don't rush. Plant seeds, wait for sprouts, then harvest with care. Sunlight after rain makes the garden glow. The leaves are bright, the soil slightly moist, perfect conditions for growth. Our greens look abundant enough to share more widely. We might pick a small batch to trade at the next gathering. Fresh greens could fetch something valuable, maybe more salt or a piece of cloth. At the courtyard lesson, someone asks about long-term storage of seeds. We explain again. Dryness and darkness are key. If we find airtight containers, even better. Keep them away from heat and moisture. Seeds are life in waiting. A traveler reports that he tried catching small fish in the stream, but had no luck. Maybe the fish are too scarce, or he needs better tools. If we find metal wire, we could shape a hook. We add it to our mental list. Each skill we lack is a future project. The clinic's herbs grow slowly. They try boiling a leaf from one herb to test its taste. Mild, earthy, no immediate effect. They keep notes, experiment carefully. They won't risk harming patients. Slow testing ensures safety. The teenage boy notes the cat seems more relaxed now, roaming near the garden fence. A natural guardian emerges. Funny how animals adapt to our presence if we treat them kindly. We think about expanding the garden slightly. If we prepare a new plot now, by the next planting season we could double our bean crop. But that means more water, more compost, more guarding. We must be sure we can handle it. Maybe after we secure an alliance with the onion growers. With more seed varieties, a larger garden makes sense. Evening comes, we cook a soup with a bit more greens than before, thickening it slightly. It feels more like a meal than just broth. Each improvement in flavor and texture keeps our spirits high. I speak into the microphone. We improve bit by bit. Think of your life as a garden. Add compost, knowledge, water it, effort, wait patiently, time, and you'll see growth. Don't despair if progress is slow. Each day can bring a new leaf of hope. The days pass quietly, each bringing small changes. We look at our garden and see growth, not just in plants, but in ourselves. We began as scattered survivors. Now we form a community that plans, cooperates, and hopes. Today, we decide to send another traveler toward the onion growers. The first messenger brought no rejection, but no clear acceptance. Maybe a second gentle attempt will encourage them. We prepare another small note and a handful of dried beans as a friendly gift. This time, we include a tiny pinch of salt, a rare treat, to show goodwill. The traveler sets off, promising to be careful and patient. At the courtyard lesson, we focus on drying techniques again. Some suggest building a simple rack covered with cloth to keep insects away while food dries. If we can dry greens and beans more effectively, we can store enough food to last when fresh harvests slow down. Everyone agrees that investing effort now might save us from hunger later. A traveler reports seeing a small group setting up a signal fire at night. Maybe they are trying to attract others or mark their territory. We note it on our mental map. Communication takes many forms now: signal fires, notes, travelers carrying messages. Without phones, every action becomes a signal. The clinic's herb sprouts grow leaves with distinct shapes. One herb has oval leaves that smell slightly minty. Mint could help with digestion and flavor tea. Another herb has thin leaves that might help with pain if prepared right. They test small amounts on volunteers who agree to try. No harm so far, just mild effects. But over time they'll learn which herbs are truly helpful. The teenage boy notices the cat napping near the garden, as if it has made this place its home. A well-fed cat might keep rodents away, saving our seeds and dried foods. Nature's balance. We feed the cat scraps. It protects our harvest. We think about building a small clay oven if we can find clay and shape bricks. An oven could let us bake something if we get grain. We have no grain yet, but planning ahead might help. If a chance arises to get wheat or barley seeds, we'll be ready to bake bread someday. Even a rough, simple bread would be a dream come true. As evening falls, we review our stored supplies. Beans, dried leaves, a pinch of salt, a bit of honey if we're lucky. It's not abundance, but it's stability. Once we were at the mercy of chance, now we shape our destiny through careful work. I speak into the microphone. Progress comes in layers, like building a home brick by brick. Each skill learned, each seed planted, each friend made, all add up to a safer tomorrow. Rain last night again. We have become skilled at catching water. We set out every container we have when clouds gather. The result? Enough water to ensure the garden never dries. With stable water, we might expand slowly. At the courtyard lesson, someone suggests we try to find tools for digging deeper into the soil. If we can loosen the earth more, roots grow stronger, yielding bigger harvests. Without metal shovels, we rely on wooden stakes, trowels, and our hands. Maybe we can trade for a metal shovel someday, or shape a piece of metal scrap into a digging tool. Until then, we do what we can. A traveler reports that he approached a small cluster of survivors who specialize in repairing fabrics. They have stronger thread and needles. If we could trade beans for thread, we could mend clothing better, make bags, maybe even stitch together thicker blankets for colder nights. Good thread is almost as valuable as food since it helps us preserve what we have. The clinic experiments with a minty herb leaf. Boiled in water, it makes a soothing tea that calms stomach aches. A small medical comfort discovered. We celebrate this little victory. Every helpful herb reduces our vulnerability. The teenage boy tries to craft a toy from scrap wood for a younger child. Even toys matter. Children need hope and play. A carved piece of wood that resembles an animal might amuse a child, reminding us we are not just surviving, but living. Joy keeps the soul healthy. We gather at the garden, discussing which crops to try next. If we get onion seeds, we'll plant them alongside beans and greens. If we get grain seeds later, we'll set aside a sunny patch for them. Step by step, a diversified garden emerges in our minds, even if we lack seeds now. Planning is free, and it guides our actions when chances arise. Evening comes, and we cook a mild tea from the new herb. Just a few sips warm our bellies. It's not just about flavor, it's about connecting with nature's gifts. We once depended on packaged teas and fancy drinks. Now a single leaf in hot water is precious. I speak into the microphone. Keep your eyes open for small blessings. A leaf that cures a stomach ache. A traveler who shares news. A patch of earth ready for seeds. All these tiny gifts add up. Embrace them. Grow them. The traveler we sent toward the onion growers has not returned yet. Patience is essential. Not all news travels fast. Meanwhile, we improve our trade gatherings. Today we set a time for the next trade meeting. Midday in 2 days. We announce it quietly among trusted neighbors. Anyone with items to share or skills to offer is welcome. We must keep it friendly and fair. At the courtyard lesson, someone shows how to sharpen a dull blade using a flat stone and water. A sharper blade makes cutting wood or slicing food easier. We must maintain our few metal tools well, or we lose them forever. Metal is rare now. Every piece counts. A traveler reports seeing a group trying to grow mushrooms in a damp cellar. Mushrooms could be a new food source if we learn how. But mushrooms can be tricky. Some are safe, others deadly. Without proper knowledge, we must be careful. Still, it hints that others are exploring many ways to produce food. The clinic's herbs show more defined leaves. They record each step, how much water, how much sun, the effects of each brew. Over time, they will build a small library of herbal knowledge. This library, stored in a few scraps of paper and in their minds, might save lives in the future. The teenage boy succeeded in giving the wooden toy to a child. The child's laughter filled the courtyard. Laughter is a sign of healing. Our world can still hold joy, despite everything. We consider making simple irrigation channels. If we dig shallow trenches from where water collects to our garden plots, rainwater will flow directly to the roots. We lack pipes, but gravity and simple channels can help. With careful planning, we save energy and ensure each drop counts. Evening falls, we check our dried beans and leaves. Enough for a small trade. Maybe we'll get more salt or soap at the next gathering. Soap could help with hygiene, reducing illnesses. If we can secure a regular supply of soap combined with boiled water, sickness might become rarer. I speak into the microphone. We improve at a slow but steady pace. Each skill learned is like adding another layer to a protective shell around our community. Keep building your shell, wherever you are. Each lesson learned is a shield. The next trade gathering is tomorrow. We prepare some dried beans and greens and a small portion of dried leaves. We'll see who comes and what they offer. Perhaps we'll find something new. A tool, a piece of cloth, a bit of salt. Our garden's bounty gives us bargaining power. At the courtyard lesson, we explore simple knot tying again. Strong knots hold our lean-to roof down against wind. They secure containers high above ground. They form handles for carrying water jugs. A simple skill with countless uses. A traveler reports glimpsing a group that seemed to have managed to light a small electric lamp using a solar panel and a car battery. If true, they have light at night without burning anything. That's a huge advantage, but likely hard to replicate without the right parts. Still, it inspires us. Maybe one day we'll find a small solar panel on a roof and try the same. The clinic notices that one herb grown in shade shows a stronger aroma than one grown in full sun. Micro-experiments like these help them optimize their herb garden. In time, they'll know the best conditions for each plant, improving the potency of their remedies. The teenage boy watches the cat catch a small rodent near the fence. A victory for pest control. He grins proudly, as if he trained the cat himself. We applaud quietly, happy that the cat earns its keep. We think about how to store more water. If we find a large container that doesn't leak, we could have a water reserve. We note that as a priority at the next trade gathering. Ask if anyone has barrels or large pots. Evening comes, we sip a cup of herb tea, reflecting on how far we've come. From panic and hunger to careful planning and mild comfort. We're not safe from all threats, but each improvement reduces our vulnerability. I speak into the microphone. Persistence wins. Keep trying, learning, trading. Over time, you shape your world into a safer place. Even small steps lead to big changes if you never stop walking. Today is the trade gathering. We arrive at the courtyard with our dried beans and greens arranged in a small cloth. Others bring what they have. A man shows a piece of soap chipped from a larger block. A woman has a few nails. Another found a tiny spool of thread. Someone else has a chunk of dried fish. The air is quiet but friendly. Trading begins. We offer a handful of beans for a pinch of soap. Deal made. Now we can clean cloth more easily. Another wants a few greens in exchange for nails. Done. Nails help fix our lean-to and maybe build a small shelf. We trade a pinch of dried leaves for a bit of thread. Thread lets us mend clothing. A man asks if anyone has something to add flavor to fish. We show him a tiny pinch of salt left in our stash. In return, he offers a small broken knife blade. With some work, we might shape it into a tool. We accept. Salt is precious, but a tool can last longer and help us produce more food, indirectly giving us more chances to get salt again. After an hour, everyone has made a few trades, improving their supplies. No fights, no cheating. Fairness rules the day. We end the gathering smiling, pockets a bit richer in useful items. At the courtyard lesson afterward, someone demonstrates how to wrap cloth around a handle to make a comfortable grip for a tool. We plan to attach that broken knife blade to a wooden handle for a small cutting tool. A traveler reports no news from the onion growers yet. Patience continues. We trust that if they are reasonable, they might reply when ready. The clinic tries using the newly traded thread to tie small bundles of dried herbs. Organized bundles help them prepare consistent doses. Each small improvement in their process means better medicine for all of us. The teenage boy tries carving another toy, this time a simple figure of a bird. If we can afford tiny moments of craftsmanship, it means we are not trapped in panic. Creativity returns when basic needs are met. Evening falls, we check what we gained today. Soap, nails, thread, a knife blade. All tools to improve our settlement. We gave away some beans and greens, but we can grow more. This cycle of production and trade builds confidence. I speak into the microphone. A peaceful market, honest trades, no violence. This is how civilizations form. Even after a collapse, people can rise again through fairness and cooperation. Today we use the nails we got from trading. We reinforce the lean-to roof, making it sturdier. With nails, it won't collapse in heavy rain. We attach the knife blade to a wooden handle carved from a branch. Now we have a small cutting tool. Not a perfect knife, but better than nothing. It can slice greens, trim branches, and shape wooden items more easily. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss how to identify safe wild plants. Without a field guide, we rely on careful testing, watching animals, and old memories. If the cat eats a certain grass and seems fine, maybe we can consider it safe. But caution is key. Never eat large amounts of unknown plants. Try tiny doses, wait for effects, record results. This slow method avoids poisoning. A traveler reports that some group out there might have clay pots. If we get a clay pot, we can store water better, cook soups more efficiently, and even bake if we build a small oven. Clay pots are priceless now. Maybe next gathering we'll ask around if anyone can trade or knows where to get clay. The clinic experiments with mixing two herbs to see if the combination helps coughs more effectively. They keep careful notes. Maybe one day they'll have a small medicine chest of dried herbs, each labeled with its effect. The teenage boy notices the cat now follows him around the garden, tail high, as if proud to belong here. The cat's presence feels like a sign that nature accepts our efforts. When even a wild animal trusts us, we must be doing something right. We consider building a simple bench in the courtyard using our nails and some wood scraps. A place to sit during lessons and trade gatherings. Comfortable seating might seem a luxury, but it encourages people to stay longer, share more knowledge, form tighter bonds. Evening comes, we try our new cutting tool on some greens. It slices more neatly than our old methods. Efficiency saves time and effort, letting us focus on bigger projects. One good tool can change the whole dynamic of our work. I speak into the microphone. We forge better tools, gather in peace, share knowledge. This is how a community grows strong. One tool, one seat, one herb at a time. Small comforts lead to a stable society. We build the simple bench today. Just a few planks supported by stones and tied with rope. It's not elegant, but it holds weight. Now, at the courtyard, we have a place to sit and talk without squatting on the ground. This small comfort might improve morale. People can rest, talk longer, plan better. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss ways to improve cooking methods. We mostly boil things in simple pots over open fire. If we find a metal sheet, maybe we can build a simple stove that uses less fuel. Fuel is precious, and we must use it wisely. Another dream for the future. A traveler reports that the onion growers sent a message. They are curious about trading, but want to see more evidence of our goodwill. They ask if we can spare a few bean seeds to prove we have stable food production. We already sent beans, but maybe they mean more seeds this time. If we give them more seeds, will they respond with onion seeds? We debate. Sending more beans means risking our seed stock. But if we get onions, we gain variety and flavor. We decide to send a small portion of seeds again. Not too many. Enough to show trust without crippling ourselves. The traveler who brought the message will return with these seeds and a note stating, "We look forward to fair exchange." The clinic tries a stronger brew of the minty herb for someone with a bad stomachache. The patient says it helped. Another small medical success. Over time, these remedies make life less painful, more stable. The teenage boy gives the cat a small name. Ash, after its gray fur. Naming the cat means we accept it as part of our community. Some might think it's silly, but giving names is human. It shows we have time and heart to care about something beyond survival. We think about the clay pot idea again. If we can find clay or trade for a pot, cooking and storage improve. Maybe next trade gathering we'll mention we're seeking clay or earthenware. Evening comes, we boil greens and beans again, but now we have a nice bench to sit on while we wait for the food. A simple pleasure. Each improvement might seem small, but together they form a better life. I speak into the microphone. When trust grows, doors open. The onion growers responded, not with refusal, but with a test. We accept. Trust must be earned slowly. Keep showing goodwill, and alliances form. We prepare another small batch of bean seeds to send to the onion growers. Enough to show we're serious, but not so much that we risk our future. Balance in all things. The traveler sets off with the seeds and a note. We understand your caution. We share more seeds willingly. We hope you'll respond in kind with onion seeds, or at least a promise of them. Our goal is mutual growth. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss basic repairs. If a tool handle cracks, we can wrap it tightly with cloth or rope. If a plank splits, we can insert a small wedge. If clothing tears, we stitch it carefully. Maintenance prevents decay. We must not lose what we have. A traveler reports seeing some survivors dragging metal scraps from an old factory. Maybe they aim to build something large. We can't guess their intent, but it shows that others are also rebuilding in their own ways. If we ever meet them, maybe we can trade knowledge or goods. The clinic harvests their first small batch of herbs. They dry them in the sun, planning to store them as medicine. A tiny pharmacy grows at our doorstep. Soon, if someone has a cough or fever, we have more than guesswork. We have tested remedies. The teenage boy notices Ash, the cat, seems well fed and relaxed. Ash caught another rodent last night, leaving it near the fence as if gifting us proof of its work. We thank Ash with a gentle word, though the cat just blinks. understanding passes without speech. We consider mapping our immediate area, a rough sketch of where the garden is, where the courtyard stands, where each friendly neighbor's shelter lies. A map helps us remember where resources are found, who lives where. We can mark places with chalk on a wooden board. This small step turns random ruins into a known neighborhood. Evening comes, we try to make a slightly thicker soup by mashing some beans before boiling. The texture improves, feels more filling. Experiments in cooking lead to better meals. Cooking is an art, and we have time now to practice it a little. I speak into the microphone. We send more seeds, offer more trust. No guarantees, but we try. Living in fear won't grow our world. Sometimes we must risk a bit to gain more in return. Days pass without immediate news. We must not rush. Instead, we focus on what we control. The garden remains steady, greens and beans producing slowly, potatoes still hidden underground. We debate when to attempt a small harvest of potatoes. Maybe we wait a bit longer, let them grow bigger. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss weather patterns. By observing the sky, wind direction, and even the behavior of birds, we might predict rain or storms. Better predictions mean we can prepare containers for water, secure our lean-to, protect sensitive plants. Without a weather forecast, we rely on nature's signs. A traveler reports that he tried trading with a distant group but found them hostile. Not everyone wants peaceful exchange. He retreated safely. This reminds us that caution is necessary. We can't assume everyone is friendly. Still, we must not let fear stop us from trying with those who seem open to trust. The clinic's dried herbs are stored in small bundles tied with thread. They mark each bundle with a simple sign: a leaf shape for digestive aid, a wavy line for cough relief, a star for pain relief. Symbolic labels help everyone remember what's what. The teenage boy tries teaching a younger child how to tie knots. Passing skills down ensures they won't be lost. The child fumbles at first, but with patience, learns a simple knot. We smile, seeing the cycle of learning continue. We consider if we can build a simple drying rack for clothes after washing. Clean clothes reduce disease, but wet clothes can mold if not dried. A rack above ground with good airflow could solve that. Another small project. Evening falls, we enjoy our basic meal again. We reflect on how stability changed our mindset. We're no longer desperate scavengers. We're planners, builders, teachers. Our community evolves beyond survival into something more human: culture, knowledge, cooperation. I speak into the microphone. We are shaping a small civilization out of ruins. It's slow, but sure. Each child learning knots, each herb labeled, each fair trade is a brick in a new foundation. Believe in such foundations. They are possible. End of Part 8. Word count estimate: 33,400 words after Part 7, plus 6,000 words in Part 8, 39,400 words total. We have reached about 39,400 words total. The user wants over 60,000 words. I will continue in Part 9. Time flows slowly in this changed world. Without the old rush of schedules and alarms, we measure days by growth in the garden, progress at the clinic, and lessons at the courtyard. This gentle rhythm gives us space to think and improve. Today we decide to try something new: collecting leaves from a nearby park to boost our compost. We form a small team of 3 people, each with a sack. They will go at dawn, gather as many fallen leaves as possible, and return before midday. We trust them to be careful and watch for any signs of danger. Leaves might enrich our soil, leading to bigger harvests in the future. At the courtyard lesson, we talk about simple personal hygiene: boiling water for washing hands, using ash as a scrub, drying cloths thoroughly to avoid dampness that breeds disease. A cleaner community is a healthier one. A traveler returns with news. He passed the spot where the onion growers were rumored to reside. He saw someone leaving a small bundle near a post. After the traveler approached carefully, he found a note and a small bag of something that looked like onion bulbs. The note said, "We accept your trust. Here are some onion bulbs to plant. May we both prosper. Let us exchange knowledge soon." This is the breakthrough we waited for. We received onion bulbs. This means we can add onions to our garden. Onions will bring flavor, nutrition, and variety. We celebrate quietly, grateful for the patience and goodwill that made this possible. We must repay their trust. Perhaps next time we'll send them a few of our herbs or dried beans along with a note describing what we've learned about farming methods. The clinic is excited about onions too. Onions can have mild medicinal properties, helping with colds or adding vitamins. They also store well if dried, meaning we can have them through lean seasons if we manage a good harvest. The teenage boy is thrilled. Onions mean richer soups, tastier stews, maybe even a hint of sweetness if cooked well. He and Ash the cat patrol the garden fence, as if preparing for the arrival of a new crop. We must find a suitable spot for onions. They might like well-drained soil and sunlight. We'll prepare a small bed and plant a few bulbs to test conditions. We consider writing another note to the onion growers, thanking them, and mentioning we are willing to share any knowledge about herbs or beans. If we form a steady alliance, maybe we can exchange seeds each season, growing stronger together. This is how communities expand beyond their own borders. Patient trust. Evening falls, we hold a small celebration meal. We still have no fresh onions to eat. We must plant them first. But the promise of onions brightens our hearts. We add an extra pinch of salt to our bean and green soup, toasting to a future with richer flavors. I speak into the microphone. Good faith pays off. We sent seeds. They responded with onion bulbs. In a world of fear, a spark of trust can light a path forward. Keep trusting. Keep building alliances. The leaf-gathering team returns with sacks full of dry leaves, perfect for compost. We can layer them with scraps from plants, creating richer soil. This will help onions and other crops thrive. We spread the leaves near our compost heap, mixing them in carefully. Over time, they'll break down into nutrients. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss planting onions. A few older neighbors recall how onions were grown before. They say onions like loose soil, a bit of compost, and regular watering, but not too much. We mark a small patch in the garden for onions, loosen the soil with our new cutting tool and stakes, add a bit of compost from our pile, and gently plant the onion bulbs we received. We plant them with quiet reverence, as if placing jewels in the ground. Each bulb represents a future onion, a future meal, a sign of cooperation between distant groups. We must tend them well. A traveler reports no hostile sightings nearby. This quiet stability might mean more people choose cooperation over conflict. We have no illusions. Danger still lurks somewhere. But for now, peace reigns in our corner. The clinic tries adding a bit of the minty herb to the bean soup to help with digestion. Mild flavor improvement, and no complaints of stomach aches. Another small gain. The teenage boy helps water the newly planted onions. Ash the cat watches from a distance. The garden now boasts beans, greens, potatoes, mystery herbs, and onions. A small Eden in the ruins. We think about how to store onions once they grow. Dried onion bulbs keep for a while. If we get a good harvest, we can trade onions or store them for winter. We dream of a pantry filled with dried beans, dried greens, and onions. With such staples, we can survive difficult times ahead. Evening comes, we taste our simple meal and imagine how onion slices would improve it. Soon, if all goes well, we'll know that taste. Farming is a promise to the future. We plant now, reap later. This long-term thinking sets us apart from mere scavengers. We are rebuilders. I speak into the microphone. We added onions to our garden today, planted hope in the soil once again. Each new crop widens our menu, our resilience. Let this inspire you. Small steps lead to bigger possibilities. We continue our routine, checking plants, watering carefully, removing any pests by hand. The greens remain stable, beans in reserve, potatoes growing, onions settling into their new home. We must wait weeks, maybe months, for onions to mature. Patience, always patience. At the courtyard lesson, we talk about trading knowledge as well as goods. We learned about onion planting from older neighbors. Maybe we can write down these instructions and share them with the onion growers or others. Recorded knowledge ensures it doesn't vanish if a person leaves or falls ill. We search the station's back room for more paper scraps. We find a few pages from an old notebook, blank enough to write on. We decide to write a simple gardening guide. How to plant beans, how to grow greens, basic composting, onion care. Simple instructions, easy to understand. If we send this to allies, we might strengthen ties and help them grow their own gardens. A traveler reports another group building raised beds in a parking lot. The idea spreads. People rediscover old gardening techniques, adapting them to new conditions. We note that raised beds might help if soil quality is poor. Maybe someday we'll try raised beds too, if we find extra wood or sturdy materials. The clinic experiments with mixing 2 herbs for a patient with a mild fever. The patient claims it helped reduce the fever overnight. Another herbal success. We write it down. Herb A plus herb B aids in lowering fever. Over time, these notes form a medical reference. The teenage boy tries making a small rake by attaching nails to a wooden board. Crude, but it might help loosen soil. Every homemade tool counts. We rely on ingenuity over factory-made tools now. We consider the future. If onion growers trust us, maybe we can trade for more seeds, carrots perhaps, or squash. Each new crop reduces dependency on a single food source. Variety means if one fails, another might succeed. Evening comes, we boil water for tea and add a small leaf for flavor. As we drink, we remember that once we had endless choices in stores. Now we craft everything from scraps. But we do it together, and that togetherness makes it bearable. I speak into the microphone. We begin documenting our knowledge. Writing it down ensures it outlives us. Consider recording what you learn. A simple note can guide future generations. Today we try to improve our water collection. We arrange containers under a makeshift gutter formed by a bent metal sheet. When it rains, water will run down this sheet into our containers, increasing efficiency. No wasted drops. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss how to handle colder days. We must think ahead. If seasons change and nights grow cold, we need warm clothing and maybe small fires at night. Without steady fuel, we must preserve what wood we have. Perhaps we can insulate shelters by hanging cloth inside, trapping warmth. Simple measures can keep us alive when weather shifts. A traveler returns with interesting news. The onion growers sent another note. Thank you for planting our bulbs. We would appreciate written advice on compost and bean farming. In return, we can offer tips on storing onion bulbs. Let us share knowledge. Perfect. Our idea to write a gardening guide will pay off. We'll prepare a written guide and send it with the next traveler. The clinic tries a new remedy for a cough, combining minty herb and a bitter leaf. The patient says the cough eased. Another line in our herbal notes, mint plus bitter leaf for cough relief. The teenage boy finds a piece of an old crate with some paint on it. He tries painting a symbol near the garden, a simple image of a plant growing, a sign of hope and identity. We're not just survivors, we're gardeners. Symbols can unite people, remind us of our purpose. We write our gardening guide on the notebook pages. Simple drawings, a sprout for planting depth, a leaf for sunlight needs, wavy lines for water. Even if someone can't read well, these symbols help. We explain compost, layering leaves, scraps, keeping it moist but not soaked, turning it occasionally. We detail bean planting, spacing seeds, how to harvest pods. We add notes on greens and what we know about onions so far. Evening comes, we store the written guide carefully. Soon we'll send it to the onion growers. Sharing knowledge is as valuable as sharing seeds. We build trust through information exchange. I speak into the microphone. We are teachers now. By writing knowledge and sending it out, we become a source of wisdom. This is how communities grow smarter together. Rain clouds gather. We position our containers and metal sheet gutter, hoping to catch more water than before. Each improvement in water collection means less worry during dry spells. At the courtyard lesson, we focus on repairing clothing. We have thread. We have some cloth scraps. We demonstrate patching a tear in a shirt. Good clothing keeps us warm and protected. Without new clothes from factories, we must preserve what we have. A traveler sets off with our gardening guide and a few more beans as a gesture of goodwill. We mention that we look forward to onion storage tips and any other seeds they can share. With each back and forth, we strengthen a bridge of trust. Maybe in the future we'll meet face to face, but for now, notes and seeds suffice. The clinic tries making a small chart of herbs. a drawn leaf shape next to its name and effect. Over time, they want to create a small herbal reference. If someone new arrives, they can learn quickly from these charts. Passing on knowledge ensures we don't lose progress if people move or pass away. The teenage boy and Ash the cat inspect the onion bed. No visible growth yet. It's too soon. But they watch attentively, as if willing the bulbs to sprout. Farming teaches children patience and respect for nature's pace. We think about preserving more beans. If we expand our bean patch next season, we can dry a larger stock. With dried beans, we have a protein source that lasts months. Combined with greens, onions, and maybe herbs, we can avoid hunger even in tough times. Evening comes, we eat a simple meal, and imagine how onion and herbs will transform our cooking. Not just sustenance, but flavor and variety. These are small luxuries we never imagined missing so much. Now they represent hope and comfort. I speak into the microphone. Each alliance formed, each skill shared, weaves a stronger net of survival. Trust your neighbors, share what you know, and watch your community thrive. Rain in the night filled our containers nicely. We have enough water stored that we can even spare some for washing. Cleanliness boosts morale. We rinse cloths, wash hands thoroughly, and feel a bit more human. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss simple ways to keep pests away from stored seeds. We learned that hanging seeds high and sealed in jars helps, plus having Ash the cat around scares away rodents. Another idea. Sprinkle a bit of ash around storage areas. Some pests dislike that. We try anything harmless that might help. A traveler reports that some distant group managed to grow small peppers. Peppers. Spicy flavor would be a treasure. If we can contact them eventually, maybe we can add peppers to our garden. One crop at a time, we restore the variety that once filled markets. Now it's a patchwork of small gardens linked by trust. The clinic tests a combination of herbs for pain relief. The patient claims a noticeable decrease in discomfort. Another note in their herbal log: we're building a small medical tradition from scratch. The teenage boy works on a second toy, this time a simple puzzle carved in wood. Children gather, trying to fit the pieces together. Their laughter and focus remind us that life can be more than surviving. We can learn, play, and grow. We consider how to improve our compost further. If we add more leaves, maybe kitchen scraps, we can make it richer. With better compost, onions and beans might yield more. Each link in the chain matters. Compost for soil, soil for plants, plants for food, food for health, health for work, work for improvement. Evening comes, we sit on our bench in the courtyard, watching the sky turn orange. We talk about future dreams. Maybe someday we'll have enough variety to host a small feast, celebrating harvest. Maybe we'll reintroduce small crafts, weave baskets, make simple pottery if we find clay. Dreams keep us moving forward. I speak into the microphone. Don't fear dreaming. Even in hardship, dreams guide our actions. Dream of peppers, bread, feasts, and new friends. Each dream can spark a real change. Another quiet day. We check the onion bed, still no sprouts, but that's normal. Onions take time. We gently water them, whisper encouragement as if they can hear us. Caring for plants feels like caring for our future selves. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss long-term seed saving. If we let some beans mature fully on the vine, we get seeds for next year. If we do the same for greens, we can cycle their seeds too. Onions produce seeds if allowed to flower, though that might take a full season. We must plan months ahead, thinking beyond immediate hunger. A traveler returns with a note from the onion growers. They thank us for the gardening guide and promise to send onion storage tips soon. They say they're trying our compost methods and already see better soil texture. Knowledge exchange at work. We smile, knowing we helped someone out there, and they'll help us in return. The clinic refines their herb chart, adding simple symbols for dosage. A dot for a small dose, 2 dots for a moderate dose. Over time, they hope to prevent mistakes. Safety in herbal medicine is crucial since we can't waste precious resources on errors. The teenage boy tries carving a small spoon from wood. Our cutting tool and nails help shape it. If successful, we have another utensil, making eating easier. Small comforts matter. We think about clay again. If we find clay in riverbeds or old construction sites, we might shape small pots and try firing them. Without proper kilns, it's tricky, but maybe a simple pit fire could harden clay enough for basic use. We add this to our wish list of projects. Evening comes, we store our dried beans in a jar, confident we'll survive the next few weeks at least. This sense of security allows us to think about bigger things. Maybe building a small shelter for gatherings or improving our trade system with tokens. But one step at a time. I speak into the microphone. Long-term vision sets us apart now. We plan for seasons ahead. Keep planning. Keep dreaming. With patience, you shape a better tomorrow. We try a new experiment in cooking, adding a tiny bit of ash to water and straining it to see if it can soften beans faster. We must be careful with such experiments, testing small amounts first. The result? Slightly softer beans after boiling, maybe saving time and fuel. If safe, this trick might help. We taste cautiously, no strange flavors, and no one feels ill afterward. We'll remember this method if fuel becomes scarce. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss bartering systems. So far, trades are friendly and ad hoc. If we ever expand, how do we ensure fairness? Maybe keep track of what we trade and who we owe favors to. Trust rules now, but if communities grow larger, we might need simple records. For now, trust suffices. A traveler reports seeing someone fish successfully with a handmade hook. They caught small fish and dried them in the sun. If we can replicate that, we add protein to our diet. We must find a metal bit to shape into a hook and strong thread to make a line. Another goal to pursue. The clinic notes that certain herbs grow faster with moderate watering. They adjust their watering schedule. Each detail improves their herbal garden's yield. The teenage boy tries to teach a younger child how to carve wood safely. Passing skills on ensures the next generation can help themselves. We see children's eyes light up, proud to learn something useful. We consider writing a second guide, this time on basic herb care and simple remedies, to share with the onion growers or others. If we become known as a source of knowledge, more communities might seek alliances with us, expanding our network of trade and support. Evening comes, we reflect on how we've started to think beyond just surviving today. We consider tomorrow, next month, next season. This mindset change is profound. We're no longer desperate scavengers. We are planners, builders of a small future. I speak into the microphone. When you reach a point where you can plan for next season, you've reclaimed part of your humanity. Keep pushing until you can dream years ahead. Another dawn over our quiet neighborhood. The garden stands as a testament to patience and cooperation. Beans, greens, potatoes, onions sleeping beneath the soil, herbs in corners, and compost piles growing richer each week. We've turned rubble into a place of growth. Today, we plan to improve our compost further. We decide to create 2 piles, one still decomposing, and another more mature and ready for use. By rotating between them, we ensure a steady supply of rich soil. This method requires organization and memory, but we've proven we can handle that. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss fishing again. We want to try it. If we find a small stream or pond, we could supplement our diet with fish. We need a hook and line. We have thread from trading, but we need a metal piece to bend into a hook. Maybe we can snap a piece off an old nail or find a thin wire in the ruins. We keep our eyes open during any scavenging trips. A traveler reports that the onion growers loved our gardening guide and sent back onion storage tips. Hang onions in a dry, airy place, or braid their stems together and hang them from a beam. This keeps them from rotting. They also mention a group that grows carrots nearby, hinting we might connect with them someday. The network expands. The clinic tries mixing 3 herbs for a stubborn cough. The patient says it helped reduce coughing fits by nightfall. Another small improvement. We note the combination: minty herb, bitter leaf, and another with rounded leaves. Over time, we refine these remedies. The teenage boy and Ash the cat patrol the fence at dusk. He swears he heard a small squeak, but Ash soon disappeared into the shadows. Moments later, Ash returned, tail high, rodent in jaws. Pest control at its finest. We consider adding a small raised bed near the onion patch for trying out a new crop if we get seeds. Raised beds might help if the soil is uneven. We'll need wood or bricks. Nails are precious, but we might manage a simple frame without too many. We'll keep this idea in reserve until we have more seeds to plant. Evening comes. We taste our bean and green soup again. Familiar, but satisfying. Soon, we hope to add onions. Imagine a hot broth with onion slices and a bit of salt. A feast by current standards. Each crop we add breaks monotony and boosts morale. I speak into the microphone. We improve our compost, trade knowledge with distant friends, and care for what we have. Slowly, we weave a web of mutual benefit. Keep weaving your own web, wherever you are. Today, we try to find a piece of metal to form a fishing hook. We search in the old station's storage room under broken furniture. After careful digging, we find a thin metal shard that might be bent into a hook. With patience and our small cutting tool, we shape it. Not perfect, but sharp enough. We tie thread to it, creating a primitive fishing line. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss bait. Worms might be found under moist soil. If we can gather a few, we can try fishing at a nearby stream if it's safe. We must send a small team, maybe just 2 people, to scout the stream and attempt fishing. A risky venture, but worth a try if we get even a few fish. A traveler reports that someone out there is experimenting with simple pottery. They found clay near a riverbank and tried firing it in a pit. Results: some pots cracked, but a few survived. If we can learn from them, maybe we too can make clay pots. Pots would transform our cooking and storage. The clinic refines their dosage chart. Now they mark certain herbs as morning use or evening use, noticing that some herbs cause drowsiness if taken at night. Others provide energy if taken in the morning. Fine-tuning these details improves their effectiveness. The teenage boy and Ash share a moment near the onion bed. The boy murmurs that he can't wait to see green shoots poking out. Farming instills hope in children, teaching them that good things come to those who nurture life. We think about building a small rack to dry fish if we catch any. Fish must be preserved quickly to avoid spoilage. A simple rack covered with cloth would do, like we dry greens. Every project depends on another. To dry fish, we need cloth and a rack. To get cloth, we trade beans. To get beans, we must farm. A chain of dependencies that we manage with planning. Evening falls, we share a small conversation about the future. If we master fishing and get clay pots, we'll have protein and better cooking methods. If we get carrots or peppers, we'll have flavor and variety. Each addition makes life richer, less about survival and more about living. I speak into the microphone. Each new project is a link in a chain that leads from bare survival toward comfort and culture. Aim for these links, and soon you'll pull yourself out of despair. We send 2 people to the stream with our homemade hook and thread. They carry a small container to hold worms as bait. We instruct them, be cautious, don't linger if anything feels off. And if you catch a fish, treat it like gold. Even 1 fish is a victory. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss safety during scouting trips. Move quietly, stay low, observe before approaching. If danger appears, retreat. We can't afford fights. Our strength lies in caution and cooperation, not conflict. A traveler reports that the onion growers asked if we know anything about crop rotation. They want to prevent soil exhaustion. We do know a bit. Rotating beans and greens replenishes soil nutrients. Beans fix nitrogen, helping the soil. We'll write another note explaining this. Sharing soil management tips strengthens our bond. The clinic successfully treats a mild fever with the herb combination known from earlier attempts. The patient recovers faster. Another success story to encourage faith in our herbal medicine. The teenage boy tries tying a few threads together to make a slightly stronger line. If we can strengthen our fishing line, maybe we can catch slightly bigger fish. We must not break the line and lose our only hook. We consider adding another compost pile. 3 piles might be too much work, but if we can handle 2, maybe 3 ensures we always have compost at different stages. Good soil means better harvests, and better harvests mean more to trade, to eat, and to store. Evening comes. The fishing team returns. They caught 1 small fish. Not large, but enough to prove we can fish. They describe how they dug for worms under damp logs, how they waited patiently, felt a tug on the line, and pulled out a tiny fish. We clean and cook it immediately, adding a small piece to our soup. A new flavor, a hint of fishiness that reminds us of old meals. We celebrate this small triumph. I speak into the microphone. One fish, one step closer to variety. Don't dismiss small victories. Each one shows you what's possible. Today, a small fish. Tomorrow, maybe a stable fish supply. Buoyed by our fishing success, we plan another attempt soon. If we can catch a few fish each week, we add valuable protein. We must improve our hook, line, and technique. Maybe we can weave a small net someday, but that requires more thread and skill. At the courtyard lesson, we talk about weaving nets. If we twist thin fibers of plant material, can we make a small net? Might take patience, but if successful, a net catches more fish than a single hook. Another long-term project. We add it to our list of dreams. A traveler brings news that a distant group managed to grow squash. Squash stores well and provides nourishment. If we ever contact them, maybe we can trade for squash seeds. Our mental map of possible crops expands. Beans, greens, onions, potatoes, herbs, peppers, carrots, squash, fish, honey if lucky. Imagine the variety. The clinic refines their herb drying methods. By placing herbs on a rack above ground, covered with cloth to keep insects away, they get cleaner, better dried herbs. Quality herbs mean more effective medicine. The teenage boy tries carving a small ornament to hang near the onion bed, a symbol of growth. We smile at his creativity. Such acts show we have energy not just to survive, but to decorate and celebrate. We consider writing a second guide, this time on basic herb care and remedies, to share with the onion growers. This would solidify our role as a knowledge source. If we help them solve soil exhaustion and offer herbal tips, they might share more seeds or techniques. Evening comes, we enjoy our simple meal, reflecting on how fishing added a new dimension. Each success sparks another idea. Nets, better hooks, maybe even a raft if we find a suitable body of water. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. One step at a time. I speak into the microphone. Each gain, fishing, onion bulbs, compost, is a building block. Keep stacking blocks until you have a shelter of abundance. Don't stop at one victory. Use it to aim for another. We decide to prepare another note for the onion growers, explaining crop rotation in detail. Plant beans one season, onions or greens the next, so the soil stays rich. We offer to send them a few herb seeds once we identify which herbs are best for healing. In return, we ask if they have any spare seeds of other crops. Let's see what they say. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss trying to find clay. If we search near a damp area or old construction sites, we might find clay soil. We can shape small bowls and try firing them in a pit. Even if half-break, a few surviving bowls would help store water or serve food. Another scouting trip needed. A traveler reports that the carrot growers are curious about us. They heard rumors of a group that traded onion bulbs and wrote guides. They wonder if we're friendly. If we ever send someone their way, we should bring a gift. We have beans, herbs, and soon onions. Another potential alliance forming. Our network grows like a web of gardens connected by trust. The clinic tests an herb mixture for headaches. The patient reports some relief. Another line in the herbal log. Each successful remedy means less suffering and more productivity. The teenage boy suggests building a small scarecrow-like figure in the onion patch, just as we did before. Even if birds aren't a big problem now, it shows we care. Symbolic acts boost morale. He gathers old cloth and a stick, creating a small figure near the onions. We laugh softly at the simplicity, but it feels right. We think about how to store knowledge long-term. Paper is limited, ink might run out. Maybe we can carve symbols into wood, create a pictorial language to record farming and herbal knowledge. A backup system if paper fails. We'll consider this if we find time. Evening falls, we list our accomplishments: fish caught, onions planted, compost improved, alliances forming. So many steps from those desperate early days. We feel proud and calm. I speak into the microphone. Alliances grow, skills multiply, knowledge spreads. This is how we rebuild not just one garden, but a network of hope. Keep expanding your network. Plant seeds of friendship. Today we send a traveler with our note to the onion growers, along with a few herb seeds that we think help with coughs. We explain crop rotation, thank them for onion tips, and ask about other seeds they might share. We hope they appreciate the gesture and respond kindly. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss better water filtration, cloth and charcoal work, but can we improve it? If we find sand or gravel and layer them, we can create a multi-stage filter. Another idea, a simple sand filter might remove more impurities. We'll look for sand near old construction areas or riverbeds. A traveler brings a rumor that a group near the old library salvaged some books on gardening. If true, they hold a treasure of knowledge. Maybe we can trade beans or dried herbs for a glimpse at those books. Written knowledge could boost our farming techniques further. The clinic tries a mild herb mix on someone with muscle aches. The patient reports slight improvement. Not a cure, but better than nothing. Each step reduces suffering. The teenage boy attempts to improve the fishing line by braiding more thread together. If we make a thicker line, maybe we can handle bigger fish or reduce breakage. Fishing remains a secondary food source, but every bit counts. We consider making a list of all crops we know about, even those we don't have. Carrots, peppers, squash, wheat, barley, fruit trees we once knew existed. By listing them, we keep our goals visible. Maybe one day we'll trade far enough to get fruit seeds or grain. Imagine bread, fruit jam, roasted squash, dreams that guide us forward. Evening comes, we enjoy our meal and reflect on how much easier everything seems now that we have systems in place: compost, seed storage, herbal medicine, trades, lessons, fishing attempts, order replacing chaos. I speak into the microphone. Keep a vision of what you want: bread, fruit, a library of knowledge. These visions guide your daily work. Don't let the present limit your dreams. Dream bigger. Reach further. Today we try searching for clay. Two people head out to a spot near a dried riverbed. Damp soil might hide clay. They carry a small container to bring back samples. If we get clay, we'll try shaping a small bowl and pit firing it. Even if it cracks, we learn something. At the courtyard lesson, we talk about preserving fish. If we catch more fish, we must store them. Drying is one option, salting another if we get enough salt. We have only a pinch of salt left. Maybe we can trade more beans for salt at the next gathering. A traveler returns with news from the onion growers. They appreciate our herb seeds and advice. They say they have a few carrot seeds they can spare if we want to try. Carrots, another root crop adding sweetness and crunch. We respond that yes, we'd love carrot seeds, and we'll send more beans or greens in exchange. The clinic refines their herbal chart again, adding simple drawings of the sun or water drops to indicate how to care for each herb. They plan to show this chart to anyone who joins our community, ensuring knowledge spreads easily. The teenage boy and Ash patrol the garden at dusk. He says he's learned to recognize slight changes in plant leaves. If they droop, water them. If they yellow, add compost. He's becoming a young gardener, a skill he'll carry for life. We think about a second trade gathering soon. We can offer dried beans, greens, maybe a small herbal bundle. We hope someone brings salt or cloth. Cloth remains a precious resource. If we get enough cloth, we can make better filters and maybe even simple garments. Evening comes, the clay seekers return with a small lump of clay-like soil. We test it by shaping a tiny ball and letting it dry. If it doesn't crumble, we have clay. If we can fire it and it stays hard, we have pottery. Another experiment begins. I speak into the microphone. We stand on the edge of new discoveries. Clay, carrots, better filters. Each step a gamble. But without gambling on progress, we stay stuck. Dare to try. We check the clay lump. It dried overnight. It's somewhat brittle but not too crumbly. We try firing it by placing it in a small pit with hot coals and covering it with ash. Hours later we remove it. It partially hardened but cracked. We must refine our technique. Maybe more controlled heat or different clay texture. Another round of testing needed. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss pit firing techniques. Without a proper kiln, controlling temperature is hard. Perhaps mixing straw or sand into the clay might reduce cracking. We'll try different mixes until we find something that works. Trial and error again. A traveler reports that the onion growers sent carrot seeds. Just a small handful, but enough to start a patch. Carrots require loose soil, steady moisture, and patience. Another blessing. We receive them joyfully. We'll plant carrots near the onions or in a raised bed if we manage to build one. The clinic notices that certain herbs grow better with partial shade. They adjust the herb garden layout, planting shade-loving herbs near taller plants that provide cover. Continual improvement through observation. The teenage boy tries to carve a small symbol onto a piece of wood to represent carrots. A circle with lines radiating out, maybe. We're developing a simple symbolic language for crops, which might help if we ever share knowledge with those who can't read or if paper runs out. We think about fish again. If we catch fish regularly, can we dry them on a rack and store them? Dried fish could be traded. Protein is valuable. But first, we must catch more than one fish at a time. A net or multiple hooks would help. We add it to our project list. Evening comes, we store our carrot seeds carefully. Another crop to diversify our garden. Beans, greens, potatoes, onions, herbs, carrots, almost a full menu. If we get peppers or squash next, we'll be unstoppable. I speak into the microphone. Each new seed is another thread in the tapestry of our future. Keep gathering threads until you weave a blanket of plenty. Today we try mixing a bit of sand and straw into the clay before shaping a small bowl. The idea is that these inclusions might strengthen the clay, prevent cracking during firing. We shape the bowl, let it dry slowly in the shade, hoping for better results. At the courtyard lesson, we focus on carrot planting instructions. Carrots need well-loosened soil, no big stones that could deform the roots. We'll sift the soil, remove debris, and add compost for fluffiness. Carrots might take weeks to show results, but we're patient. A traveler reports hearing that a group north of here found bees. Bees mean honey, wax, pollination for crops. If we ever contact them, we could learn beekeeping. Honey would sweeten our meals and provide energy. Another distant dream, but we keep it in mind. The clinic experiments with drying herbs in a slightly warmer spot to speed the process. If done carefully, they can produce dried herbs faster without losing potency. This means quicker turnover, more medicine available. The teenage boy arranges small wooden markers in the garden, each carved with a simple symbol for the crop planted there. A leaf shape for greens, a bean shape for beans, a circle with lines for carrots, and so on. These markers help newcomers understand what's growing, turning the garden into a living classroom. We consider making a simple schedule for watering, compost turning, and harvesting, posted at the courtyard. A routine helps everyone know their tasks. With no bosses or formal leaders, a shared schedule ensures fairness and prevents misunderstandings. Evening comes, we taste our meal and imagine carrot slices in it. The anticipation of new flavors keeps us motivated. We live on hopes and small steps, building a diverse pantry, one crop at a time. I speak into the microphone. Keep track of your progress. Label your garden. Mark your tasks. Order tames chaos. With order, you can aim higher and achieve more. We check the newly shaped clay bowl. It dried with fewer cracks. Good sign. We try firing it again, carefully heating it with coals and covering it to retain warmth. If this works, we get a functional bowl. If not, we try another mix. Persistence is key. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss building a small raised bed for carrots. We find a few planks and stack stones to create a frame. We fill it with loose, compost-rich soil. Perfect for carrots. We plant a few carrot seeds gently, water them, and mark the spot with our carrot symbol. Another crop starts its journey. A traveler brings a rumor that the carrot growers also grow a small patch of herbs. If we impress them with our herbal knowledge, maybe they'll share more seeds. We consider sending them a note soon, maybe after we confirm the onions and carrots are sprouting. We want to show we can use what we receive effectively. The clinic refines their herb dosage notes. 1 symbol for mild dose, 2 for moderate, 3 for strong. This visual code helps even those who struggle with reading. Accessibility ensures no one misuses the remedies. The teenage boy and Ash sit quietly near the compost piles, watching a beetle crawl over leaves. Life returns to these spaces we cultivate. Insects, birds, a cat, all part of a growing ecosystem. A healthy garden attracts helpful creatures, balancing the environment. We think about building a small shelter with a thatched roof for the lessons at the courtyard, protecting us from rain and sun. Even a simple canopy of branches and cloth would help. Comfort encourages people to attend lessons, learn more, and share their knowledge freely. Evening comes, we remove the clay bowl from the pit. It's hardened more this time, still some cracks but smaller. With practice, we might produce a usable pot. Pottery takes time to master, but even flawed attempts teach us what works. I speak into the microphone. Failure is a teacher. Each cracked pot, each broken tool, each missed fish shows us how to do better next time. Embrace mistakes, learn, try again. Another quiet dawn. The garden thrives, lessons continue, and our network of distant allies grows. We reflect on how far we've come, from aimless survival to careful planning, from desperate hunger to a modest but reliable supply of beans and greens, from isolation to trading seeds and knowledge. Today we try another pottery attempt. We add more straw and a bit of fine ash to the clay mix, hoping to reduce cracks further. We shape a small bowl and a tiny cup. If we can get even one sturdy vessel, we'll have a container for carrying water or soup without relying on flimsy scraps. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss long-term storage of beans. Dried beans can last months if kept dry and sealed. If we grow more beans next season, we can start building a surplus. Surplus means safety during bad weather or crop failures. We aim for that stability. A traveler reports that the onion growers have noticed small sprouts from the onion bulbs we planted. They seem pleased we cared for their gift properly. This feedback loop strengthens trust. We respond by noting our carrot seeds are planted, and we look forward to their growth as well. The clinic tries a new herb mixture for someone with a lingering headache. The patient reports mild relief. Not perfect, but better than nothing. We record this. Herb C plus herb D equals slight headache relief. Over time, we might find the perfect combination. The teenage boy tries weaving thin strips of cloth and dried grass together to form a tiny net. It's rough, but a start. If we can refine this technique, we might catch small fish, or even gather wild fruit from ponds without getting wet. Each experiment expands our toolkit. We consider building a small canopy at the courtyard. We gather branches and stretch cloth above them. Not perfect, but a bit of shade for our lessons. Shade encourages longer discussions, more detailed planning. Comfort leads to deeper collaboration. Evening falls, we carefully fire the new clay vessels. Slow, steady heat. In a few hours, we'll see if they survive the process. Pottery mastery might take dozens of tries, but each attempt teaches us. I speak into the microphone. Patience. In pottery, in farming, and forging alliances, nothing good comes fast. Accept the slow pace, and you'll reap lasting rewards. We uncover the fired vessels. The bowl survived with minor cracks, the tiny cup almost perfect. We have our first near-usable pottery. Not flawless, but proof we can improve. Soon, with practice, we might produce better pots for cooking and storage. At the courtyard lesson, we focus on carrot care. We must keep the soil moist but not waterlogged. Carrots like steady moisture. We mark a watering schedule, a small drink each morning if the weather's dry, but not so much that roots rot. Balancing water is an art. A traveler reports that the onion growers are interested in our herb remedies. They ask if we can describe one remedy for cough or fever. We can send them a note detailing our herb combinations for cough relief. This exchange of medical knowledge might save lives. The clinic prepares a small bundle of dried minty herbs to send as a sample. Maybe the onion growers can test it on their patients. Sharing medicine strengthens bonds further than just trading seeds. The teenage boy attempts another net, this time adding more thread and less grass. If it holds together, we might try catching small fish at dusk. Fish at dusk might be more active. Another experiment in resource gathering. We think about the future trade gathering. We have beans, greens, maybe some dried herbs. If someone brings salt or cloth, we can strengthen our water filters or preserve fish better. Every trade gathering is an opportunity to acquire what we lack. Evening comes, we admire our clay cup. It holds water without leaking too much. A few drips, but we'll improve the mixture next time. Soon, maybe we'll have pots for cooking soups directly over coals, freeing us from makeshift containers. I speak into the microphone. Each improvement, no matter how small, pushes us forward. A slightly better pot, a more stable net, a clearer medical note. Together, these add up to a richer life. We prepare a note for the onion growers detailing our cough remedy. Minty herb plus bitter leaf, boiled in hot water, sipped slowly. We include a small pouch of dried minty herbs. In exchange, we ask if they have any tips for boosting onion growth or preventing pests. Knowledge for knowledge. A fair deal. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss simple storage methods for onions and carrots once they grow. Hanging onions from beams, storing carrots in slightly damp sand if we find any. These are old techniques resurfacing from memory and trial. We write them down to share with others. A traveler reports a rumor that a distant group managed to find a patch of wild berries. If true, they have a fruit source. Berries mean vitamins, a sweet treat. Maybe one day we'll contact them and trade for berry seeds or cuttings. Each rumor sparks a new hope. The clinic tries a new herb blend for a patient with sore muscles. The patient reports moderate improvement. We log this result, refining our understanding of herbal remedies. The teenage boy checks his second net attempt. It's fragile, but stronger than the first. He thinks if he doubles the thread and weaves it tighter, he might get a small net that can hold a few fish. Repetition and refinement, just like with pottery or farming. We consider writing a second guide on herbal remedies and sending it to the onion growers and carrot growers. If we become known as educators, more communities might seek our friendship. Knowledge is a resource we can produce infinitely if we keep learning. Evening falls, we enjoy a simple meal. The thought of future berries, carrots, and properly cooked soups in clay pots encourages us to keep striving. We've come so far from the days of scavenging scraps. I speak into the microphone. Generosity with knowledge costs nothing but time and ink, yet yields alliances and trust. Share what you know and watch your world widen. We fire another batch of clay vessels with our improved mixture. This time we shape a slightly larger pot. If it works, we can cook small amounts of soup or boil water in a more stable container. Boiling in a clay pot might change the way we prepare meals entirely. At the courtyard lesson, we discussed bait for fishing. We used worms before, but maybe grubs or small insects would work too. Variety in bait might lead to different fish. We'll experiment. Every step is trial and error. A traveler reports the onion growers sent a note back. They love our cough remedy suggestion and offer a tip. Planting marigolds near onions can deter certain pests. Marigolds. If we find marigold seeds, we can protect not just onions but other crops too. Another piece of knowledge to spread around. The clinic tries making a salve by crushing herbs with a bit of warm oil. They apply it to a skin rash. The patient says it soothes the itching. Another remedy discovered. We add it to our herbal log. The teenage boy attempts a third net. He braids more thread, making a tighter weave. If he succeeds, we might try using it at the stream this evening, hoping to catch more than one small fish at a time. If we get a steady fish supply, that adds variety and protein. We think about building a small herb garden near the clinic, dedicated solely to medicinal plants. Separated from the main garden, it would simplify herb care and harvesting for treatment. Specialization improves efficiency. Evening comes, we uncover the fired pot. Much better. Fewer cracks, holds water more reliably, and might withstand gentle heating. We have our first functional cooking pot. This changes everything. Cooking more complex dishes, sterilizing water more efficiently, maybe even baking simple bread if we find grain. I speak into the microphone. Each success builds on the last. A cooking pot today means better meals tomorrow. Keep stacking success on success until comfort outshines hardship. We have a cooking pot. We try boiling beans and greens in it directly over coals, slowly and gently. The taste improves. Maybe the clay adds a subtle earthiness. Or maybe it's just that stable cooking allows more time to blend flavors. Either way, a culinary upgrade. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss marigolds. If we can find marigold seeds somewhere, we'll plant them near onions. Pest management through companion planting. It's a concept from old gardening wisdom, reborn here. A traveler reports that the carrot growers heard of our success with pottery and are curious. They say if we show them how we make pots, they might share other seeds they have, maybe peppers. Peppers. We must note down our pottery method and be ready to demonstrate or write instructions. Another form of knowledge exchange. The clinic tries applying the new salve on another patient. Consistent results, less itching, a small but important comfort. When people suffer less, they work better, think clearer, and share more ideas. The teenage boy tries the net at dusk. He returns with a small fish and a few tiny, hardly edible ones. Not great, but a sign that with practice he might catch a handful of fish each time. We can dry them, trade them, or enjoy fresh protein. Another step in food variety. We consider expanding our carrot patch once we see the first sprouts. For now, we plant just a few to learn their needs. If they thrive, we'll dedicate more space. Caution before large-scale planting prevents wasted effort. Evening falls, we taste the clay pot cooked meal. Smooth, well-cooked beans, greens tender and flavorful, a hint of salt. We savor it slowly, remembering that each improvement took patience, a feast in its own modest way. I speak into the microphone. With a cooking pot, fishing net, herbal remedies, and alliances far and wide, we rebuild not just bodies but spirits. Keep adding layers to your life's tapestry until it shines with resilience. Today, we try making a slightly larger pot and a few small cups. If we can produce multiple vessels, we can store water and cooked food better. Maybe even serve a small meal to guests or trade partners, showing hospitality. Hospitality builds trust. At the courtyard lesson, we focus on the idea of hospitality. If we ever meet the onion or carrot growers in person, offering them a warm meal cooked in our clay pot would seal our friendship. Food is a universal gesture of goodwill. A traveler reports that the onion growers sent marigold seeds, just a few, enough to try. If marigolds grow well, we'll place them around onions to deter pests. Another layer of natural pest control, making our garden more self-sustaining. The clinic tries a different ratio of herbs in the cough remedy. The patient says it's even more effective now. We update the recipe, a bit more minty herb, a bit less bitter leaf. Fine-tuning over time leads to better cures. The teenage boy experiments with a second net, trying a different pattern of weaving. Maybe a diamond pattern instead of square. He believes different patterns might catch fish better. Innovation never stops. We think about writing a third guide, one on pottery and natural pest control. If we share our pottery attempts and marigold idea with the carrot growers, they might reciprocate with pepper seeds. Each guide we send out cements our role as knowledge carriers. Evening comes, we remove the newly fired vessels. One pot cracks, but the cups survive. We have 2 cups now, along with our pot and bowl. A small set of earthenware. Our meals feel more civilized, more like the old world in a gentle way. I speak into the microphone. Civilization reemerges in small gestures. A shared meal, a clay cup, a medicinal herb. Piece by piece, we rebuild the comforts we lost. Believe in these small steps. They carry the soul forward. We plant marigold seeds near the onion bed, hoping their scent wards off pests. Companion planting, a natural solution that reduces reliance on rare resources. If it works, onions grow healthier, and we learn another trick to share with allies. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss making a second compost pile now that we have more plant matter. 2 piles let one mature while we keep adding scraps to the other. Continuous compost production ensures rich soil year-round. A traveler reports that the carrot growers are excited about our pottery note. They say if we show them how to reduce cracks further, they'll send a small packet of pepper seeds. Peppers, a spice that could transform our dishes. We must perfect our pottery technique and write it down clearly. The clinic tests a modified salve on a patient with a different type of rash. The patient reports mild improvement. Not as effective as for the first rash, but we learn that remedies aren't universal. Specific remedies for specific conditions. We note the difference. The teenage boy sets the net again at dusk, trying different bait. Tiny insects caught near a light. He returns with 2 small fish. Better. If we catch fish regularly, we can dry some for later. Protein storage expands our menu and trading power. We consider a small rainwater collector with our pots. If we place a pot under our makeshift gutter, we collect cleaner water. Pots are sturdier than old containers. Clean water improves health and taste of meals. Evening falls, we enjoy a meal with water served in our clay cups. No more drinking from improvised scoops. These small civilized touches lift our spirits, making us feel less like survivors and more like a community building a new culture. I speak into the microphone. With marigolds for pests, pots for water, nets for fish, and herbs for medicine, we form a cycle of life. Keep weaving life's threads until you've remade what was lost, perhaps even improved it. The garden, the courtyard, the clinic, the distant allies, we have formed a quiet web of life. Each morning we wake with a sense of purpose. Gone are the days of blind fear and emptiness. Now we have tasks, goals, and hopes that carry us forward. Today we try a new pottery batch, mixing more sand and straw into the clay. We aim for a larger pot, sturdy enough to hold a bigger portion of soup or water. If we manage to make larger vessels, we could store surplus food and water, increasing our security. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss pepper planting. If we get pepper seeds from the carrot growers, peppers might require warm soil and careful watering. We must prepare a spot with good sunlight and maybe a windbreak of marigolds to deter pests. Planning ahead, as always. A traveler reports that the onion growers successfully grew marigolds and see fewer pests on their onions. They thank us and mention they're trying our herb cough remedy with some success. This feedback loop of trust and results cements our alliance. They ask if we know anything about storing dried herbs longer. We respond that sealing them in cloth bundles and keeping them in a dry, cool place helps preserve potency. The clinic tries a new approach, mixing a small amount of one herb with another to make a mild, calming tea for restless patients. The patient reports feeling more relaxed and sleeping better. Another entry in the herbal log, a mild sedative blend. The teenage boy refines his net weaving technique, adding a small rock as a weight on one side. Weighted nets might sink better, trapping fish. He'll test it at dusk. If success grows, we might rely less on beans alone for protein. We consider sending a second guide to the carrot growers, detailing our pottery improvements. If we explain how we reduced cracks and fired the clay slowly, they might learn quickly and share pepper seeds. We write instructions. Mix clay with sand and straw, dry slowly, fire gently with hot coals and ash. Patience and repeated attempts yield better pots. Evening comes, we remove the latest pottery batch from the pit. One pot cracks slightly, but another remains sturdy and larger than before. We have a medium-sized pot now, capable of cooking enough soup for several people at once. A step toward communal meals, feasts even, if we ever gather enough variety. I speak into the microphone. Each ally we help, each crop we learn to grow, each remedy we refine, each tool we perfect, stitches the wounds of a broken world. Keep stitching until the world holds together again. We send the guide on pottery to the carrot growers, along with a small batch of dried beans and a note saying we await their pepper seeds eagerly. We mention our medium pot success, hoping to inspire them. At the courtyard lesson, we talk about constructing a simple smoke rack for drying fish or possibly meat if we find any. Smoking might preserve proteins better than just sun-drying. If we can smoke fish, we add another preservation method, ensuring protein during lean times. A traveler reports the carrot growers responded quickly. They love our pottery guide and will send pepper seeds soon. Peppers, this will add spice and flavor to our meals. We dance quietly in joy at the prospect. Another victory for trust and cooperation. The clinic tries a different herb mixture for muscle aches after physical labor. The patient says it helped ease soreness. Each successful remedy reduces pain and increases productivity. If workers feel better, they can tend the garden and build structures more effectively. The teenage boy tests his weighted net at dusk. He returns with 3 small fish. 3. That's enough to share a small bite of fish protein among a few people, or dry some for later. Imagine if we improve nets further. Fish could become a reliable supplement. We think about building a small smoke rack now. A simple frame of branches, covered with cloth to trap smoke from a small fire underneath. Careful not to let flames touch the fish. We must control smoke and heat, like pottery, a delicate balance. Evening falls, we consider our growing menu. Beans, greens, onions coming soon, carrots planted, herb seasonings, fish protein, and soon peppers. A colorful diet forming from scratch. With pottery, we can make stews and soups that blend flavors. With smoke racks, we preserve fish. With compost and marigolds, we protect crops naturally. I speak into the microphone. From scarcity to variety, we rise through cooperation and innovation. Let this be a lesson. No matter how dark the start, patient work and shared knowledge build a brighter future. Today we outline the smoke rack design. We gather sturdy branches for a frame and set a small platform of sticks above a pit where we can build a low fire. Over the platform, we stretch cloth to hold the fish or thin it to let smoke pass. Trial and error again. If it works, we can smoke a few fish and taste smoked protein soon. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss preserving onions and carrots once we harvest them. Onions, hang them dry. Carrots, store in sand or just keep moist soil around them. Variety in storage methods means each crop keeps longer. A traveler reports that the carrot growers sent pepper seeds. A small handful, enough to try a patch. Peppers like warmth and sun. We'll find a sunny spot for them. Another flavor joins our garden palette. The clinic tries mixing herbs to create a mild antiseptic wash for minor cuts. The patient reports the cut didn't get infected and healed faster. Another small step in medical security. The teenage boy attempts fishing at dawn this time, seeing if a different hour changes results. He catches 2 medium fish, better size than before. Maybe fish behavior varies by time of day. We'll record these observations. Data collection leads to better strategies. We consider if we can build a small root cellar or a cool storage pit to keep root vegetables and dried foods fresh longer. If we dig a shallow pit and insulate it with straw, we create a cooler environment. Another project for the future. Evening comes, we test the smoke rack with one small fish. We light a small smoky fire beneath it and wait. Hours later, the fish has a smoky aroma, drier and likely preserved longer. If we can repeat this with multiple fish, we have a protein reserve. I speak into the microphone. Each new technique, smoking fish, growing peppers, expands our menu and security. Skills layered upon skills form a tapestry of resilience. We plant the pepper seeds in a warm, sunny spot near the garden's southern edge. We add compost, water gently, and place a small marker with a symbol, a curved shape for peppers. Another future flavor, another reason to hope. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss root cellars again. Without proper insulation materials, we improvise. Straw, leaves, cloth layers, and maybe a layer of clay-packed soil to keep it cool. If we build even a small cellar, we extend the life of carrots, onions, and dried fish. Long-term food storage means stability during harsh seasons. A traveler reports that the onion growers heard about our smoked fish attempt and are curious if we can trade smoked fish for something they have, maybe more seeds or tools. If we produce enough fish, we might initiate a new trade item. But first, we must refine our smoking technique. The clinic tries adding a drop of warmed oil infused with herbs for ear pain. The patient says it soothed the discomfort. Another remedy discovered, another note in the log. The teenage boy experiments with a slightly larger net, hoping to catch bigger fish or more at once. If the net is too heavy, it might sink poorly. Balance is needed. He must find the right ratio of thread to weight. We think about writing another guide, this time on fish smoking and pottery to share with allies. If the onion or carrot growers learn these methods, they might share more seeds or resources. Knowledge is our currency, and we have endless reserves if we keep learning. Evening comes, we taste a lightly smoked fish flake added to our bean soup. The smoky flavor lifts the meal to another level. No longer just survival food, now a culinary experience. Taste matters. It motivates us to keep improving. I speak into the microphone. By adding flavors and textures, we rekindle the joy in eating. Joy feeds the spirit, and a fed spirit creates new ideas. Keep finding joy. We attempt the root cellar idea. We dig a shallow pit in a shaded corner, line it with straw and leaves, cover it with a wooden plank and cloth. Not perfect, but might keep food cooler than leaving it out. If it works, we can store onions and carrots longer, maybe dried fish too. At the courtyard lesson, we focus on trading strategy. If we have smoked fish, pottery, and guides, we can ask for tools, cloth, or salt. With salt, we can preserve fish even better. Each trade item we produce improves our bargaining power. A traveler reports that the carrot growers tried firing their own clay pot following our guide and succeeded with less cracking. They are grateful and promise pepper seeds in greater quantity if their next attempt works well. This is how shared knowledge multiplies benefits. The clinic tries a stronger antiseptic wash by boiling certain herbs together longer. The patient with a cut reports faster healing. Each small improvement builds a reliable medical system. The teenage boy tests his new net design at midday. He catches 4 small fish, a record so far. Maybe midday fish are abundant in that stream. If we can predict fish behavior, we can time our fishing trips for maximum catch. We consider organizing a small feast once we harvest onions or carrots, inviting neighbors to taste our best recipes. A communal meal would celebrate our progress, strengthen bonds, and maybe attract more people to join our peaceful network. Evening comes, we store a few smoked fish in the root cellar experiment. Tomorrow we'll check if they remain cool and less prone to spoilage. If successful, we add another layer of security to our food supply. I speak into the microphone. With each step, we approach a life not just of survival, but of comfort, flavor, and even celebration. Keep building until you can dance at your harvest. We check the root cellar. The smoked fish inside feels cooler to the touch than the air outside, slightly firmer. If it keeps fish edible longer, we've succeeded. Combined with dried beans, onions, herbs, and peppers, we approach true food security. At the courtyard lesson, we discuss the idea of a small festival after our first successful harvest of multiple crops. Music can be made by tapping sticks, humming tunes, dancing steps. Even without old instruments, we can create rhythm and joy. This festival would mark a milestone, from fear to community. A traveler reports that the onion growers and carrot growers have started exchanging notes themselves, inspired by us. Our influence spreads like ripples, connecting distant communities through knowledge and trust. Maybe one day these groups form a network spanning many gardens, trading seeds, remedies, and crafts freely. The clinic tries a soothing herb tea on a patient who has trouble sleeping. The patient sleeps soundly. Another remedy in our arsenal, improving overall well-being. The teenage boy refines his fishing schedule based on observations. Midday and dusk yield better catches. He catches 5 fish today, a bounty. We can smoke or dry some, eat fresh others. Protein abundance once seemed impossible, now it's within reach. We consider writing a master guide combining all we know, farming tips, herbal remedies, pottery methods, fish preservation, composting, and pest control, a book of survival and growth. Even if we have few pages, it can guide future generations if we pass it on. Evening comes, we taste a meal with a piece of smoked fish, a hint of herbs, and soon maybe onion slices. The flavor complexity rivals old-world meals. We smile, a tear in some eyes, remembering how far we climbed out of despair. I speak into the microphone. From a handful of seeds and scraps, we built a tapestry of life. Let this inspire you. Nothing is truly lost if we hold on to hope and share what we learn. Today we plant more beans and greens, planning for continuous harvests. With fish and soon onions and peppers, we can rotate meals, never tiring of the same dish. Monotony fades as variety blooms. At the courtyard lesson, we talk about expanding the garden. If we find more seeds, carrots, peppers, onions, herbs, we can dedicate separate plots, each with its own companion plants like marigolds. A structured garden, planned with reason, yields steady growth. A traveler reports that the carrot growers successfully made their first pot, fired with fewer cracks. They say peppers are sprouting on their end, and they'll send more seeds once they gather enough. We form a cycle of knowledge and seeds, each new crop strengthening ties. The clinic updates their herbal log again, listing remedies by ailment, cough, fever, wounds, muscle aches, sleep trouble. A small medical reference emerges, saving time and reducing trial and error. Efficiency in healing is as precious as good soil. The teenage boy proposes we store fish in different ways. Some dried in the sun, some smoked, some kept fresh in the root cellar if it's cool enough. Variety in preservation methods ensures we don't lose fish if one method fails. We think about building a small shelter specifically for storing seeds, a seed bank. If we keep seeds dry and organized, we ensure future plantings regardless of external chaos. A seed bank is a guarantee of future harvests, a hedge against disaster. Evening comes. We reflect on how each part of our system supports another. Crops feed us, herbs heal us, pottery improves cooking, nets catch fish, compost enriches soil, marigolds deter pests, root cellar preserves food. Everything interconnected in harmony. I speak into the microphone. Interconnection is key. Each element supports another, forming a stable web of life. Pursue this balance in your own efforts, and watch your fragile steps turn into a strong stride.